doing track prep, getting the track ready, getting everybody in positions. We got the live feed up and running. We are on Facebook and YouTube again today. We'll be live all day. And we're getting the final adjustments put together, our people in place, and we are going to start here shortly. I know we hoped for a 11 a.m. start, but we are just a few minutes late. So we will get things rolling here very shortly. So if you guys will start getting your stuff ready as we get our stuff ready, we can get started here shortly. So Dragsters versus the World will run first today. And then we'll go from there into our regular program run. It will be, then it'll be Sportsman, I'm sorry, Shootout, Pro, Super Pro, Sportsman, Bikes, Juniors. And then we will rinse and repeat all day. So that is your run order. We have 3 belts available today. We're going WWE style on you. Dragstermania 75th anniversary Wally weekend here at Wabash Valley Dragway. So 3 belts, 3 chances, 3 champions crowned today. We also have 3 75th anniversary silver Wallies available today for our summit. Dragster versus the World. $100 entry fee, no buybacks, no doubles. The bad guys, the Dragsters, taking on the World. They'll run against anything. Cars, bikes, Dragsters, all run against each other. Run who you line up against until we get down to 16, and then you go on a ladder to see who gets the belt and the $2,000 for Dragster versus the World today. Then we have Pro Class, Super Pro, Sportsman, and Motorcycle all running for the once-in-a-lifetime Wally today. Junior Dragsters, $400 to win. And then we have a special for the last dragster standing in Super Pro. An extra $200. An extra $200 for the last dragster standing today and tomorrow. So that is what we got going on today. Are you ready to rumble? At Wabash Valley Dragway, home of Freddy's Place, where we break hearts and break parts. Well, you can.
Y'all got plenty of stools and stuff around
This
here.
one is broke. You can have it.
It's broken.
Yeah. It doesn't move.
Oh.
The rod slips through.
Ugh. You have the run sheet order?
And Fast Freddy's out there putting the sticky stuff down. So that means we're getting close. So Freddie always makes sure that we have a good sticky track for you guys to get down. We may we may not be the best track, but we are the stickiest in the valley. We are the fastest eighth mile in the valley. We're also the stickiest eighth mile in the valley. Come and check out Freddie's house at Wabash Valley Dragway, home of the 75th anniversary Wally Weekend Dragstermania WWE style. What you gonna do when the Hawkster runs over you? Whoa! Where's our Ric Flair fans? Whoa! Who's ready to rumble at Wabash Valley Dragway today? We are moments away from getting started, so Dragster versus the world. We're going to put you on standby. Put you on standby. So it won't be much longer. The glue's down. The track is sticky. It's cool out this morning. You ought to be making plenty of power. So let's see who can be the last man standing in our Royal Rumble style Dragster versus the world, where it's everyone against everyone. The Mino Dragsters trying to beat up on the door cars and the bikes. Who will take home the belt for the Dragsters versus the world at Wabash Valley Dragway? Dana Maurer was the recipient of the first WWE belt last night in the Top Bulb Rumble Gamblers race. The dragster took out everybody in the class. The shorty Mopar powered high tech dragster beat Joey Moore in the final last night for the Gamblers race. So that was a good start for the weekend for both of those guys. So appreciate everybody that came out last night and hung out with us, stayed with us till the end. Know it was a late evening, but hey, sometimes you got to stay late to have fun. So congratulations to all those guys. Well, looks like we're gonna Stay with us, folks. We are in a little bit of a hold. We're going to drag the track and make sure that it's good and sticky. There is a little bit of a mist coming down, but not too bad. We think we can still run, but we're going to make sure the track is sticky. So stay tuned with us. Dragsters versus the world. Dragster versus the world. You guys are on standby. Dragsters versus the world. You are on standby. As soon as we get the track ready, you will be called to the lanes. So, Dragsters versus the world. You are on standby as we wait out this brief mist. So, Well, unfortunately, uh, it looks like the mist is gonna slow us up a little bit. So just hang tight. We're working on the track to keep it, but we are going to be in a hold for now until this passes. It shouldn't be but just a few minutes, and then we'll get Dragster versus the World called to the lane. So hang with us. Day 2 of Dragster Mania 75th anniversary Wally weekend. We will get with you shortly. So hang tight. Gearheads Grill is opened and ready to serve you with all your hunger and thirst needs. So be sure and check them out. YouTube and Facebook. Hang with us. We are on a short rain delay, and we will be back with you. So we will just hang with us on the live feed. We will stay up, but we are in a rain delay for a few moments. Uh, it looks like this is just going to be a very short little blurb, and we'll get you guys up. So hang tight, keep your radios on, and we'll let you know when it's time to come to the lanes and get your wrestling on today. Take you to the mat. The battle dragsters against the world. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Elizabeth. Elizabeth, your grocery order has arrived. It is with Cheryl. So if you will go find Cheryl, she has your grocery order. Elizabeth, your grocery order is ready. And we are still in a hold pattern for weather. Just as soon as it gets out of the area, we will get things rolling. So hang with us. Those that are on property and those that are live watching us on Facebook and YouTube, we apologize for the rain delay, but as you know, we cannot control the weather, or we would. It would be 75, low humidity, a little bit of sun every day of the week if it was up to some of us. But we don't get to make that decision, so we have to deal with whatever Mother Nature gives us. So hang with us. We'll get rolling with the Dragster versus the World 75th anniversary Wally race today, just as soon as this weather gets out of here. Somebody needs to go out there and give the old weather a good old smackdown and get it out of here. as we stay in our rain delay, unfortunately, we'll waiting on this wet stuff to quit and we'll get going. Uh, when we get rolling, it will be Dragsters versus the world. Will be first out. Pro, Super Pro, Sportsman, Bikes, and Juniors will be the run order for today. And tomorrow, Sunday. Gates open 8 a.m. Church service right after that. Time runs will be at 10 a.m. Run order tomorrow will be Fast 33, Pro, Super Pro, and Sportsman. Fast 33 running for $1,000. $80 entry fee, no buybacks, no doubles for Fast 33. And our Summit ET Point Series will run tomorrow. And the last dragster standing on Sunday, $200 bonus for the Super Pro Dragster last standing. Have that also available today. Also today is the Bracket Bounty Challenge. Bounty alert. Bounty alert. Pro Cody Allenball. If you can take him out, you get the bounty for the next points race. Super Pro Josh Pickett has the bullseye on his back. Sportsman Joe Tillman, Bikes, Kyle and Bruce. Ladies, man, Ramona Noblet was on it last night. She made it all the way through the ladies' race and carried the bounty through the whole race. That is pretty cool. Tucker Zod did the same in junior dragsters. Maya Rybarski didn't make it last night. Tucker got the bounty by having the best reaction time in time trials, and he carried it through the race. So congratulations to Ramona and Tucker on carrying on their bounty for until the next points race. And the bounty is on you guys for this race. Okay, I stand corrected. I made a mistake with the juniors. I am sorry. Bailey Busenbark actually had the best reaction time in time runs, and Tucker took the bounty from her, and then he carried it the rest of the evening. So I stand corrected. So those are your bounties for today. Who can take them out? Anybody? Nobody? Somebody? And that is your bounties for today. Congratulations to our junior team. We had team 2 placed second, team 1 was fourth, and I believe team 3 was 10th. So all three teams within the top 10. That is pretty awesome considering all the competition that was down in Bristol. So congratulations to our Wabash Valley Pirates for taking out some of the big guys in Bristol. We put a little Ric Flair on them.
Not yet.
If you're looking for some private testing for changes you've made, or you just want to come make some extra passes, Wednesday nights at Wabash Valley Dragway, we have the Lab private sessions sponsored by Honey Creek Collision, where the pro goes to see the pros at Honey Creek Collision. Bob and Bobby do an awesome job over there and their staff. But the Lab private sessions Wednesday night, $100 a spot. If you are a points racer here at Wabash Valley, it is $80 per car. There is limited spots. Minimum 8 cars to open. No walk-ins, no exceptions. Serious racers, serious results. You can reserve your spot now before they sell out. Just get with Fred or Cheryl and let them know that you want to come in on Wednesday and test on the Lab private sessions Wednesday night, sponsored by Honey Creek Collision. Also, next weekend, Friday, July 31st, we have our Wabash Valley Back to School car meet, car show, some drag racing, and drifting. Skyler will be here with some of his friends, going to put on a drifting show for everybody. A little smoke, a little style, and a little skill. Going to do some drifting there. He's been here practicing during the week, and they're going to be out here. A little drag racing going on also. And the car show. All builds welcome. Cars, trucks, bikes, Jeeps, rat rods. If it's got wheels and a motor, bring it out. We'd love to see you here next Friday night, 5 p.m., for our back to school car meet, where we just come in and hang out and have a good time. Check out some cool cars, some drifting. That's something that is new for this area. I don't know that anybody's put that on in this area, so that'll be cool to see. That's 5 p.m., July 31st, back to school car meet. Man, it's hard to believe that we'll be in August next week. Time sure does fly. So as we're down, I'll give our sponsors a little love here. We Honey Creek Collision, they are our lane sponsor and sponsor many things here at Wabash Valley Dragway. And when it comes to custom paint, we are the real pros. Come see us if you find yourself in one of those unfortunate positions of having an accident. Where the pros go see the pros. Bob and Bobby Pros, owners of Honey Creek Collision, been longtime drag racers here at Wabash Valley. Both of their kids went through the junior dragster program here, and now they are in big cars and fixing on getting married and building their life. Man, it's amazing seeing for those who have been around here a while, seeing all the young people starting their lives and having kids, and it's pretty awesome to see. So, Strode Construction, also a lane sponsor, they make the building of your dreams come true, and they are the unofficial main sponsor of Eric's Hat Race. Eric usually gives away a Strode Construction hat with his hat race. So we appreciate Strode Construction and all they do for Wabash Valley Dragway. If you have anything that you need built, get a hold of Strode Construction. VP Race Fuels. Man, VP's done a bunch for Wabash Valley Dragway. They're sponsors of our Fast 33 series and the Agresta Prots Memorial. That's a pretty important race there. Nick Agresta was a fixture at this place for many, many years, and he was on the mic every week until he couldn't make the climb up the stairs. But he just had a heavenly birthday this week, so we want to wish him a happy heavenly birthday. Man, it's hard to believe that he's gone, but that's what happens in life. We're here and then we're gone. So Nick was a great guy. Appreciate all he did for us for VP Race Fuels. They do a lot for the track. Joink Internet. We appreciate Joink Internet service. They give us the reliable network so that we can run our live feeds on Facebook and YouTube. Without those guys, we wouldn't be able to be live today or yesterday. So we appreciate them. Republic Services, best garbage company in the area. We appreciate what they do for us. D&L Roadside Service, specializing on roadside service for fleet vehicles. So if you have a fleet of vehicles or manage a fleet, get a hold of D&L Roadside Service. They will take care of you. NA Quick Pump, the best porta potty business. All the other companies are crap. Hey, what's on here? So they're number one in the number two business. PJ Trucking. PJ's been a pretty steady sponsor of Wabash Valley Dragway through the different promoters over the years. He's always been a fixture here. We appreciate PJ Trucking and all they do. We appreciate PJ being here racing with us today. I got to talk to him this morning a little bit, so it's good seeing him. Jay's Service Center Tire and Alignment, best service in town, and they take care of your nitrous refills. So if you need your nitrous bottle refilled, get a hold of Jay, and he'll take care of you. Are you ready to rumble at Wabash Valley Dragway? Dragsters versus the world. Dragster versus the world. The shootout for the Saturday Dragster versus the world. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Shootout. Dragster versus the world. Lanes 1 and 2. It's that time. The doors are open. The audience is set. It's time to hit the mat and see who walks out with the belt for Dragster versus the world shootout. We need you guys to the lanes 1 and 2. Lanes 1 and 2. We're going to get this show rolling. Rolling. We're going to get the show rolling. Dragster versus the world to the lanes. And we are going to get your first time run in.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dragstermania! In Wabash Valley! Dragway! This isn't just another race weekend. This is history in the making. Up for grabs is a once in a lifetime 75th anniversary and HRA Silver Wally. A trophy you'll never have another chance to win. And if that's not enough, we're also crowning 3 champions with custom WWE style championship belts. So let me hear you. Who's ready to run? Drivers, fire those engines. Fans, get on your feet. Let's make some noise as we kick off an unforgettable weekend of We'll start the day with a Sunday morning church service, followed by the exciting 3:30 shootout and our regular point series race. Think you've got what it takes? Step into the ring! Channel your inner Hulkamania! Battle your way through the competition! And leave Wabash Valley Dragway carrying championship gold over your shoulder! Welcome to Dragstermania! Let's get ready to race! 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 Let's get ready to race!
Are you ready to rumble at Wabash Valley? We are about to get started. For Dragster versus the World shootout should be in the lanes ready to roll. It looks like we have the track prepped and ready. So we are getting close, getting close. Hang tight. Okay, it's that time. We are getting
Let's get
started.
ready to rumble!
I hear the players firing up.
Let's get ready to rumble!
It's that time. Wabash Valley Dragway, Dragstermania 75th Anniversary Wally Weekend. Dragsters versus the world. Coming at you. If you're online with us on Facebook or YouTube, we appreciate you being there. We are getting ready to run. Rain delay is over. We're going to send them down track and see who can walk out of here with the Dragster versus the World Championship belt. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. If you are signed up for the shootout, the Dragster versus the World Run What You Brung shootout this morning, you are needed in the lanes. If you're not there, you're late. If you are signed up for the shootout and are not in the lanes, you are late. We are sending them down track. Bring them up. The lanes 1 through 4 will be open for you. And here they come around the corner.
Let's get ready to rumble!
First pair. First pair coming around the corner, we have J.C. Gummery, 98 Pontiac Trans Am in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Strode Construction Lane, we have Kurt Taylor out of Paris, Illinois, in the 74 Chevy Camaro. Our first pair for their one time run for Dragster versus the World. Run what you brung. Run till you're done. Dragster versus the World. First pair of the day here at Wabash Valley Dragway. Three 76 at 91 mile an hour for Kurt. 401 at 84 for JC. Yep. a couple motorcycles there. 519 at 69 and 418 at 88. Couple of new cars there. I don't believe either one of these guys have been on track this year here, as we tech them in this morning. Chris Miller out of Chrisman, Illinois, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, and Brett Modulin out of Center Point, Indiana, in the Strode Construction Lane. And Strode Lane goes 397 at 88 mile an hour, as the dragster had an issue there. .374 at 108 for the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Our next pair in Dragster versus the World in the 330 race is Chris Miller out of Chrisman, Illinois, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. In the Dragster, up against Brett Modulin in the Strode Construction Lane out of Center Point, Indiana, in his 88 S10. And it looks like Chris Miller had an issue there with the dragster. They're getting him pushed off out of the way. And we will get it track cleaned up if need be and get you guys back down track. I see Freddie over there checking the track out.
She needs the car number for the left lane, please.
Okay. We got the dragster, the dragster issue straightened up.
Go ahead. Yeah. You just gonna need the next two because it got changed up.
And we're off. 333 at 102 for the Honey Creek Lane. 459 at 73 for Brett Modulin in the Strode Construction Lane. We got Midnight Bill McCarty, Mr. Racer Anywhere, in the Strode Construction Lane on his Honda Rebel. .571 at 62 mile an hour for Bill. Our next pair in Dragster versus the World, Megan Miller out of Catlin, Illinois, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, in her 2002 Spitzer Dragster. Scott Henderson in the Strode Construction Lane in his 91 Chevy Camaro. He was down here last night. Went some rounds in the Gamblers race. Once again, we are live this weekend on YouTube and Facebook. So share it. Let your friends know that they can watch you as you race this weekend if they can't be down here with you. .288 at 121 for Megan. 401 at 84 for Scott. I believe that will put Megan at number one right now with the 288. I don't think they're qualifying, though, are they? And the Honey Creek Lane goes 330 at 107. Strode Lane 319. Nice big long smoky burnout there. And we are having some technical issues with the computer system up here, so I may not have all the information to give you guys right now. Luckily, it is just time runs, so we will get that all figured out. But I will do my best to try to recognize the cars and give you the information. $292 at 119 for the Honey Creek Lane, 405 at 84 for the Strode Construction Lane. Man, look at that guy on the fence down there. He thinks he's going to get a little sun on his shoulders or something with that big old hat. He ain't even paying attention to me. Talking about you, Zach. You and that big old hat. Man with the plan. We got Eric Rowdy Piper Jocelyn on the line. $430 at 78 for Eric. $414 at 81 for the Strode Construction Lane. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Corey Brenton out of Rosedale, Indiana, in his Fox Body Mustang. Adam Ultimate Warrior Price in the Strode Construction Lane in his LS powered Duster. Got all the mope car guys booing. And Corey goes 379 at 89. Adam 396 at 85 for the Ultimate Warrior. And I believe that is Brad Miles there in the dragster. And that may be. I believe that is Josh Pickett in the. Nope. That is Brad Miles and Nathan Prost. Nope. Maybe that's the next pair. Not sure. Taking a guess up here. Dragster versus a pick 'em up truck. Good time to get rid of the red light. 417 at 81 for the Honey Creek Lane. 283 at 124 for the dragster in the Strode Construction Lane. Bob Honey Creek Collision Pros in the Strode Construction Lane. And Caden Bushy in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Bob has his Camaro out today. He had his Rambler wagon out last night, going some rounds in the gambler race. I think pretty neat looking wagon. And I'm pretty sure I heard Freddie say that he drove the wagon over here last night from the shop. So that's pretty cool. Attention in the pits. 292 at 120 for the Honey Creek lane, 316 at 109 for the Strode lane. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. P-Row cars. P-Row cars. We need pro to the lanes, please. Pro cars to the lanes for your first time pass. Pro cars to the lanes for your first time run. It's pro's turn to come up and go to the ring for your first time run. And looks like Caden Bushy in the Honey Creek lane, and not sure on the Strode lane. 288 at 119 for the Strode lane, 341 at 99 for the Honey Creek collision lane. Nathan Kale Dom out of Dietrich, Indiana, in the Honey Creek collision lane, and Ron Smith in the Strode construction lane in his 2001 undercover dragster. The dragster versus door car, the old pick 'em up truck. There in the Honey Creek lane. See how many door cars can take out the dragsters today. 313 at 109 for Ron. 4 flat at 84 for Kelly Dom. Honey Creek collision lane, we have Nathan Jones out of Wheatland, Indiana. In the Honey Creek collision lane, Sam Smith in the Strode construction lane in his 2001 undercover. $299 at 116 for Sam, 401 at 84 for Nathan. And that looks like the short wheelbase dragster of Dana Maurer, our winner from last night's Top Bulb Rumble. He put the smack down on everybody last night and took the belt home. First one of the weekend. 3:45 at 98 mile an hour. 009 on the tree. He was smacking at it. And .317 at 107 for the Honey Creek Lane. .290, 19, 386 at 86. Have a roadster in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. .358 at 95 for the roadster. We have the Dragster in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. And the dragster goes 295 at 118. And once again, these guys are just going to the 330. And I believe that is all for Dragster versus the World. P Row Cars. P Row Cars will be coming around the corner. Super Pro, you guys are on standby. And our first pair in pro, Alan Tackett out of Martinsville, Indiana, in his 70 Challenger, up against Curtis Gibson out of Thorntown, Indiana, in the Plymouth Duster.
He's out of the way now.
648 at 107 for Allen, 720 at 93 for Curtis. Stone Cold Austin Tool in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in his 2007 Cobalt. Mr. Champion. He's 2025 Division 3 champ, 2025 points champion at Wabash Valley Dragway, 24 pro champion at Wabash Valley Dragway. He is the son of a champion. He is everything champion. Stone Cold Austin Tool, 589 at 115. Don Fry, Strode Construction Line, 698 at 97 mile an hour. J.C. Montgomery in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in his 99 Pontiac Trans Am. Strode Construction Lane, we have Leanne Phillips out of Bruceville, Indiana, in her 98 S10. $625 at 107 for JC, $701 at 96 for Leanne. Next pair, Honey Creek Collision Lane, Jay Eversole, owner of Jay's Service Center. 63 Dodge Polara, sponsored by Jay's Service Center, Grizzlies, and PJ Trucking. Strode Construction Lane, Midnight Bill McCarty in his 2003 small block powered Jeep Liberty. Bloomington Window Tint and JB's Salvage as sponsors for him. And Jay Soft's timers at 637 at 107, 818 at 83 for Midnight Bill. Dan Gary out of Oak Forest, Illinois, 73 Duster in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Strode Construction Lane, we have Steve Zuner out of Imperial, Missouri. 2001 Dodge Dakota. .604 at 112 and 750 at 88. Adam Phillips out of Bruceville, Indiana, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in his big block Chevy powered Mustang. Rich Anderson out of Carlisle in his Monte Carlo. 618 at 110 for Adam and 642 at 105 for Rich in his Strode Lane. Eric Rowdy Piper Jocelyn in the Strode Construction Lane in his Trans Am up against Kevin Scammyhorn in his Dakota. Rowdy goes 674 at 100, 717 at 94 for Kevin. Macho Man Mike Toole in the Strode Construction Lane in his Monte Carlo SS. Mr. Champion. He is the father of a champion. He's won several championships here. PJ Davenport in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in his 66 Cornet. Big wheels up start there for Mike. 585 at 116 for Macho Man. PJ goes 778 and he is triple zip on the tree. Triple zip for PJ. Told me earlier this morning that he turned 79 this year. 79 years old, cutting triple zip lights. I think he's going to be a tough competitor today. Tim Flynn out of Naperville, Illinois, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. And Cody Frederick in the Strode Construction Lane. And we are pre-staged. Staged. And here we go. Both working on them red lights. 654 at 106 for Tim. 599 at 112 for Cody. And we have Adam Hawkamania Graham out of Bloomington, Indiana, in his Hawkster colored Fox Body Mustang. Strode Construction Lane, we have Jason Wisham out of Plainfield, Indiana, 73 Duster. What you gonna do when the hawk runs over you? We got any Hawkamaniacs out there? The Hawkster goes 605 at 113, 797 at 86 for Jason. Joe Robertson out of Bloomington, Indiana, in the Fox Body Mustang. James Gibbs in the Strode Construction Lane and out of Mooresville in his Dodge Dart. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Pro. Super Pro. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. It's your turn to rumble at Wabash Valley Dragway. 629 at 108 for Joe. 663 at 102 for James Gibbs. Once again, Super Pro. Super Pro, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro to the lanes for your first time run. Jeff Vaughn out of Terre Haute, Indiana, 92 Mustang. In the Honey Creek Collision Lane, Russ Hines out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, in the Strode Construction Lane. Jeff was here last night, had a little trouble with the Mustang. 744 at 91 for Jeff. 679 at 102 for Russ. It looks like Jeff got the Mustang fixed, went home and robbed parts off the other race car so he could bring that one back down today. Joey Moore in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in his Camaro up against Chad Eaton out of Paris, Illinois, in the Strode Construction Lane. $595 at 113 for Joey. $733 at 92 for Chad Eaton. Mr. Perfect. Joe Tillman in the Strode Construction Lane in his 21 Tesla. Mike Smith in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. 89 Malibu. $680 at 99 for Mike. $813 at 92 for Joe. And Joe has the bounty on him in Sportsman, I believe. Adam Price in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. The Ultimate Warrior in the LS powered Duster. Cody Allenball in the Strode Construction Lane in his S10. Nice wheels up start there for Cody. 625 at 108 for Cody. 621 at 109 for the Ultimate Warrior, Adam Price. Chris Walker out of Paris, Illinois. 67 Camaro. Joey Moore in the Strode Construction Lane. I believe that is Sean Feast in the Nova there. $650 for the Strode Construction Lane and $734 at 92 for Chris Walker in the Honey Creek collision lane. And I do believe that is the last pair for Pro. Super Pro will be coming at you. Dave Rogers in the Honey Creek collision lane. In his Sonoma, Scott Henderson in the Strode construction lane in his Camaro. A 006 off the tree for Dave. 677 at 100 for Dave. 629 at 109 for Scott. Your first pair of Super Pro in day 2 of Dragstermania. Amber Rogers out of Terre Haute in the Honey Creek collision lane in her S10. And not sure on the Mopar in the other lane. We'll get his information entered and get that in the next round. And Amber goes 663 out 101. And Strode Lane is 648 at 94. He had a little issue at the starting line, it looked like, but he made it down track. Kurt Taylor out of Paris, Illinois, 74 Camaro. Bob Wright in the Strode construction lane out of Oakwood, Illinois, in his 86 Dodge Omni. $588 at 118 for Kurt. $643 at 107 for Bob. Chuck Jackley out of Terre Haute. 68 Dodge Dart in the Honey Creek collision lane. And Megan Undersaw out of West Terre Haute in the Strode construction lane in her Dragster, sponsored by Daddy's Girl Racing. fans in the stand. We appreciate you being here today. Hope you enjoy your time here at Wabash Valley. 598 at 113 and 575 at 117 for Chuck. Brett Modulin in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Center Point, Indiana, in his S10. Up against Tommy Smith in the Nova. Yeah. 715 at 93, 597 at 113. Honey Creek Collision Lane. We have the Dragster. And Stroke Construction Lane, we have Travis East out of Marshall, Illinois. Part of the Eastern Illinois Rat Racers in his Fox Body Mustang that has been hybrided into a Chevy powered Mustang. I guess at least it's not an LS. $548 at 123, $675 at 99 for Travis. So, Joey Robertson out of Mitchell, Indiana, 74 Ford Maverick. Dave, the Undertaker Monday, out of Cloverdale, Indiana, in the 67 Dodge Dart. Joey goes 605 at 112, and the Undertaker at 607 at 113. And by the way, for Facebook and YouTube, we do not own the rights to any of these wrestling names that we're using. We are just using them for fun today. All rights are reserved to the respective owners. Kelly Dahm out of Dietrich, Illinois, in her Dodge Dakota, up against Jason English out of Metcalf, Illinois, Strode Construction Lane, and his Dodge Dart. And Neil Pickham truck 627 at 105. Jason goes 674 at 101 in the Strode Construction Lane. Next pair, Wyatt Scales out of Toledo, Illinois, in his 73 Vega. He is just transitioning out of juniors this year. He's still doing both, but he'll move into the big car full-time next year, I assume. Up against Steve Brenton out of Rosedale, Indiana. 614 at 109 for Steve, 663 at 99 for Wyatt. And Steve kind of got him off the line. 004 to an 043. Oh, the elder putting it on the youngin. Max Scott. He's another junior that's transitioning over to the big car. And we have Steve Austin Toole in the Strode construction lane. Mr. Championship, son of a champion, multiple time champion. He's just stone cold Austin Toole. $616 at 110 for Max, $587 at 115 for Stone Cold Austin Toole. Matt Harney out of Clinton, Indiana, in the 2003 Ford Cobra. Terry Sanders in the Strode construction lane, 66 Ford Mustang. Pair of Mustangs on the line, just a couple generations apart. The Cobra has the 5.4 32 valve in it with a nice little supercharger on top. I got to check that out this morning. Good looking car and is still street driven. Nice little wheels up start for both of them. And something happened to Terry's car. 623 at 104 for Matt. And Terry goes 1495 at 31. Not sure what happened offline with him. Don't know if he just lost traction or what, but he is making his way down track. So at least he's still rolling. Rolling. He's rolling toward the turn road. And he's cleared. We're good to go. Caden Bushy out of Washington, Indiana, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in his 34 Chevy Roadster. Sponsored by Fair Racing Team. Strode Construction Lane, we have Ron Smith out of Terre Haute, Indiana, in his 67 Firebird. That is a weird-looking Firebird. It looks like he's in his dragster today. Man with many cars. And the same number. Oh. See Cruz Lee on the feed. Cheering for Joey. 531 at 127 for Caden, 488 at 139 for Ron. We had Cruz up in the booth for a little bit last night, announcing the juniors and a few of the big cars. He did a wonderful job. Appreciate you, Cruz. Glad you're watching us online, man. Eric Willenberg out of Teutopolis, Illinois, in the 70 Barracuda. And Sam Smith out of Terre Haute, 67 Camaro. Pair of good-looking old muscle cars there. 569 at 119 for Eric. 570 at 120 for Sam. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Denny Ziegler. '65 Ford Mustang. Strode Construction Lane, we have Cody Frederick out of West Hope in his El Camino. .682 at 92. At 99, for Denny, 597 at 112 for Cody. Identical reaction times, both 048, one green, one red. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Clayton McGinnis out of Terre Haute in his 2002 Miller Dragster. And Strode Construction Lane, we have Bob Honey Creek Collision Pros in his Rambler wagon. That is a good looking old wagon. If you get a chance to go check it out, man, go down and check it out. Bob won't mind you taking a look at it. And while you're down there, if you need body work done to your car, you can ask him about that. And he'll send you just across the lot. You drove by it when you pulled in. Honey Creek Collision. Little wheels up there for Bob. 557 at 123. 701 at 109 for Clayton. Keegan Meyer out of Effingham, Illinois. 75 Duster. Jason Long out of Clayton, Indiana, in a Dodge Dart. .623 at 107 for Jason. 752 at 89 for Keegan. Jeff Lathrop out of Terre Haute in the 70 Nova. Jeff's won some rounds in this place over the years. Kevin Byers out of Bloomfield, Indiana, in the Sam Spires Dragster in the Strode Construction Lane. Jeff had the younger Virgilio in his car last night, and little Tony went some rounds. See if Jeff can go some rounds today. He's been known to pull some white slips out of here. Kevin got him on the tree there. 524 at 129. 750 at 90 for Lathrop. 006 to 002. They were both cutting on that tree today. Josh Pickett out of Indianapolis in his S10. And the Honey Creek Collision Lane up against Strode Construction Lane and Jacob Youngblood out of Rosedale, Indiana in his S10. And that is your bounty hunter there in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Josh Pickett. Old Jacob was all over that tree at 002. 651 at 104. 609 at 109 for Josh. In the pits. Attention in the pits. Oh, we need sportsmen. Sportsman lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman lanes 1 and 2. It is your time to rumble at Wabash Valley Dragway for your first time run.
Let's get ready to rumble!
561 at 120 and 594 at 113 for Joey Moore. Once again, Sportsman. Sportsman, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, lanes 1 and 2. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Jesse Fritz out of Greenup, Illinois, in his dragster. Strode Construction Lane, we have Nick Wallace out of Edinburgh, Indiana, in his pick 'em up truck. Your classic car versus truck versus dragster. $479 at 143, $610 at 112 for Nick. Chuck Corrado out of Clinton, Indiana, in his rear engine dragster, and Caitlin Krockenberger out of West Terre Haute in her dragster in East Road Construction Lane. I believe at one point in time, Chuck Corrado held the record for fastest pass here. 497 at 137 for Chuck, 510 at 133 for Caitlin. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Daisy Pickett out of Indianapolis, and Chris Miller in East Road Construction Lane out of Georgetown, Illinois. And we're in. A 006 for Miller off the tree. 552 at 123 for Chris. 609 at 110 for Daisy Pickett. Nathan Jones out of Wheatland, Indiana, and his, I'm not for sure what that is. That is not his S10. He must not have that fixed yet. I know he broke that here a few weeks ago when he was up here. I believe that is a Buick Regal. A 002 off the tree. 626 at 107 for Nathan. And I believe that is a late 90s Buick Regal, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Yeah. Maybe Illumina, not sure. Kyle Willenberg out of Effingham, Illinois, in his Dodge Demon, the first gen Dodge Demon. And we have Adam Ultimate Warrior Price in the Strode Construction Lane in his LS powered Duster. Yeah, the Mopar guys don't like the LS powered Duster. And they were both chopping on that tree. 634 at 107, 620 at 109 for the Ultimate Warrior. And our top bulb rumble winner from last night, Dana Maurer, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Pittsboro, Indiana, in his high-tech Shorty Dragster, Mopar powered, up against Dan Gary in the Strode Construction Lane out of Oak Forest, Illinois, in his 73 Duster. Pair of Mopars at it. Classic door car versus dragster. Good time to get rid of those red lights for both of them. 539 with a 6 at 125. 006 red. 605 at 112 for the Strode Construction Lane. And that will conclude the Super Pro time runs. Sportsman coming around the corner. Midnight Bill McCarty in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in his 2003 Jeep Liberty. Strode Construction Lane, we have Jared Hines out of Greencastle in his 2010 Ford Crown Vic. This is your first pair of sportsmen for their first time run. $795 at 85 for Bill. $961 at 72 for Jared Hines in the Strode Construction Lane. Next up, we have PJ Davenport out of Terre Haute in his Dodge Coronet in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, sponsored by J Service Center and PJ Trekking. Strode Construction Lane, we have Zach Big Hat Endicott in his 2011 Ford F-150 Coyote powered pick 'em up truck. And PJ stops the timers at 771 at 87. Zach goes 1060 at 66. Brandy Eaton out of Paris, Illinois, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in her 68 Pontiac GTO. Curtis Graham in the Strode Construction Lane out of West Terre Haute in his 88 GMC pick 'em up truck. And Brandy gets her red light of the day out of the way, hopefully. 788 at 84 for Brandy and 751 at 90 for Curtis. And this is our first time run for the sportsman class, as we have Jeff Vaughn out of Terre Haute in his Fox Body Mustang, and Mike Gumry out of Terre Haute in his third gen Camaro. Jeff had a little fuel pump problem last night, had to leave early. Said he went home and didn't know whether he wanted to race the Torino or fix the Mustang, and he decided to rob the fuel pump off his Torino race car, which was his dad's, and bring the Fox Body back out. So, and he's chopping at that tree today, 008. 741 at 91 for Jeff, 753 at 90 for Mike Gumry. We have Chad Cheatin' Eatin', it says, out of Paris, Illinois, in the 85 Monte Carlo. And this Strode Construction Lane, we have Jeff Gumry out of Terre Haute, also in a Camaro. Mr. Perfect, Chad Eaton. Always seen him in the winner circle. And he pulls the old red eye up. 734 at 81 for Eaton. 775 at 87 for Jeff Gumry. Attention in the pitch. Attention in the pitch. We need bikes to lanes 1 and 2. We need bikes to lanes 1 and 2. And junior dragsters, juniors, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. Juniors, lanes 3 and 4. Bikes, lanes 1 and 2. It's your turn to rumble at Wabash Valley Dragway. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Mike Cruzan out of Shelburne, Indiana, and Terry Hoffman in the Strode Construction Lane. 947 at 72 for Michael, and 1071 at 86 for Terry Hoffman. And next pair is Jody Smith out of Paris, Illinois, 66 Chevelle. Curtis Gibson out of Thorntown, Indiana, in the 71 Plymouth Duster. Painted up like the old Sox and Martin Pro Stock back in the day. $730 at 80 for Curtis, and $825 at 82 for Jody Smith. Steve Zuner out of Imperial, Missouri, 2001 Dodge Dakota. Chris Walker, Strode Construction Lane out of Paris, Illinois, in his 67 Camaro. He's part of that cheatin' eatin' group there, as they say. $734 at 92 for Chris. Steve goes $750 at 87. And again, we're not responsible for anything that's said on the microphone this weekend. We are using all adjectives without permission. We don't own them. We don't own the rights to them. Oh. And Chad, we're only joking, man. Joe Tillman In the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Brownsburg, Indiana, in his Tesla, Harold Travioli. In his Strode Construction Lane, in his Nova, 8:14 at 91 for Joe. 7:46 at 91 for Harold.
You gotta switch the side of the tree. Wrong lane. Wrong lane. Wrong lane. There you go.
Omar Torres. Out of Brownsville, Texas. Looks like a Mustanger. He spent some time driving up here, all the way from Brownsville, Texas. Getting a little instruction from our starting line crew. $7:22 at 104 for Omar. And I believe that concludes our first time run for Sportsman. And I believe motorcycles will be coming around the corner. Nope. Yes, our motorcycles. Motorcycles. First qualifier. Kylan Bruce out of Springville, Indiana, on his Suzuki Hayabusa. And he is the bounty hunter, or the bounty holder for today. Who's going to collect the bounty? Shane Diamond on his supercharged Mustang. Supercharged Harley Davidson in the Strode Construction Lane. Sorry, we was joking about Mustangs here just a minute ago, and it kind of got on my mind. He is on a 2008 Harley Heritage Supercharged. $7:16 at 106 for Kylan. $7:72 at 92 for Shane. Robbie Bruce in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Bloomington, Indiana, 2012 Kawasaki, up against Jim Kennedy in the Strode Construction Lane out of Mattoon, Illinois, in his 07 Harley. $6:16 at 118 for Robbie. $7.96 at 84 for Jim in the Strode Construction Lane. And the Honey Creek Collision Lane has old Midnight Bill McCarty. If it's got wheels on it and a motor, Bill will race it, no matter where it is or what it is. I seen him put spike tires on the Liberty and go run it into dirt drags. He goes 001 red there on his Honda Rebel. 873 at 80 mile an hour for Bill. That Rebel he's on is an automatic. I thought that's pretty cool. I wasn't aware of them making a automatic motorcycle, but I guess they did. So, and Bill went and got it and decided to race it. So, and that does it for the motorcycle class. And junior dragsters will be coming around the corner.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Jackson Brown out of Greenwood, Indiana, in his 26 McVillian Junior Dragster. And the Strode Construction Lane, we have Remy Brown out of Greenwood, Indiana, in her 24 McVillian Junior Dragster. And we're off. Jackson's got a little better reaction time there. 885 at 72 for Jackson, 790 at 82 for Ribby. Our next pair, Wyatt Scales out of Toledo, Illinois, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Strode Construction Lanes, Aiden Lawson out of Paris, Illinois. Both of these guys are running both the juniors and the big cars. I believe they're transitioning out of juniors. Crew chiefs making their final adjustments there as they get ready to stage. And still making their final adjustments. Now they're pre-staged. 792 at 81 for Wyatt. 788 at 82 for Aiden. Honey Creek Collision Line, we have Kinley Dar out of Lagota, Indiana, in her 2002 half scale. And Blakely Willenberg in the Strode Construction Lane out of Effingham, Illinois. As they prepare to line up, cleaning their tires off, letting the crew chief make the final adjustments there. Elena McWhorter in the Honey Creek Collision Lane and Cohen Willenberg in the Strode Construction Lane. 1194 at 54 for Elena and 1409 at 45 for Cohen. Max Scott out of Paris, Illinois in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. And we have third generation racer Weston Toole out of West Terre Haute in the Strode Construction Lane. He is the son of a champion and the grandson of a champion from Wabash Valley Dragway. Hopefully, we'll be calling him a champion from Wabash Valley Dragway sometime soon, as he enters his first race. I believe this is his 4th time on track. So left a little early that run, but that's okay. That's what practice is for. 790 at 81 for Max, 1539 at 44 for Weston. And Weston is clear. We can run the cars. Tucker's on out of Champaign, Illinois, in his 2025 half scale in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, and Marissa Long in the Strode Construction Lane out of Clayton, Indiana. Yeah, I think so. And Tucker is the new Bounty Juniors. He took it from Bailey Busenbark last night and carried it through as Tucker took out his sister for the win last night. In the juniors, 786 at 82 for Tucker, 794 at 79 for Marissa. Tucker Dom out of Dietrich, Illinois, and Hallie Rogers out of Brazil, Indiana. And we see Jenna Lee rooting on Hallie this morning. Appreciate you on the live feed. As Tucker was up all over the tree, 002, 834 at 77 for Tucker. And Hallie goes 12, 13 at 53. As our next pair come up, Max Winkler out of Mattoon, Illinois, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Strode Construction Lane has Kelpo out of Altamont, Illinois. And crew chiefs makes final adjustments there as they get ready to roll into the beams. And we're in. And Kel leaves a little too early. 892 at 74 for Max, 895 at 72 for Kel. And there's our announcer in the Strode Construction Lane, Cruz Lee out of Kansas, Illinois. Cruz was up here last night helping us after he was taken out of competition there in the juniors. And he's up against Aspen Dom in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Dietrich, Illinois. 792 at 80 mile an hour for Cruz, 890 at 74 for Aspen. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Bailey Busenbark out of Centerport, Indiana, sponsored by Clay County Collision. Strode Construction Lane, we have Allie Winkler out of Mattoon, Illinois. $790 at 80 mile an hour for Allie and $1397 at 40 for Bailey. Next pair in juniors, Braxton Berg in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Mattoon, Illinois. And Lexi Mays out of, doesn't say, in the Strode Construction Lane will be your next pair of juniors. $892 at 72 for Braxton, $937 at 71 for Lexi. Tanner Zod in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of White Heath, Illinois. And Tanner goes 891 at 72. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Colette Zod out of Champaign, Illinois, the runner-up from last night. And Colette goes 791 at 80. And I believe that concludes the juniors time run. And I believe this is a test and tune run. Andy Unversaw out of West Terre Haute. 87 Chevy S10. Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. The Dragster versus the World Shootout. Dragster versus the World Shootout cars. We need only the Dragsters. Only the Dragsters, lanes 1 and 2 for the Dragster versus the World Shootout. Dragsters only to lanes 1 and 2. 890 at 77 for Andy. As we need only the dragsters to the lanes for first round eliminations for the Dragster versus the World Shootout. Only dragsters lanes 1 and 2 as Jacob Hunt out of Evansville in his 91 Firebird in the Honey Creek Collision Lane making a test pass. And sounded like that didn't shift into high. 773 at 83 for Jacob. Once again, we need dragsters only. Dragsters only, lanes 1 and 2 for the shootout. Dragsters only to lanes 1 and 2 for the shootout. As we do a little track prep, we'll get the dragsters only to lanes 1 and 2 for the shootout. Last call for dragsters to the lanes for the shootout. Dragsters only to lanes 1 and 2 for the shootout. When and we need anything else that is entered in the dragster versus the world, motorcycles, door cars, whatever. We need you to lanes 5 and 6. Anything that is not a dragster that is entered in the dragster versus the world, we need you to lanes 5 and 6. And final call for dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. And here is our first pair for round number 2 qualifying. Tom Welch out of Rosedale, Indiana, 1932 Bantam Roadster. And Megan Miller in the Strode Construction Lane out of Catlin, Illinois, in her dragster. $289 at 120 for Megan. $320 at 103 for Tom. Next here we have Brian Deegan out of Newton, Illinois, and in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. And in the Strode Construction Lane, we have Chuck Corrado out of Clinton, Indiana, in his rear engine dragster. Chuck was early, Brian was late. 322 at 105 for Brian. 333 at 106 for Chuck. Darren Douglas out of Greenfield, Indiana, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in his 2019 Diamond. Strode Construction Lane, we have Tony Virgilio out of Cloverdale, Indiana, in his 2020 Miller Dragster. And we have one pre-staged, two pre-staged. And they're in. $290 at 116 for Darren. $320 at 107 for Tony. Chris Miller in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Chrisman, Illinois. And Ron Smith in the Strode Construction Lane. $314 at 109 for Ron. $354 at 96 for Chris Miller. And for those watching online, these are only running to the 330. This is a 330 race, not a full eighth mile. Sam Smith, 301 at 115. Kevin Byers, 336. Larry Mays, the second, out of Greenwood, Indiana, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Strode Construction Lane is Ryan Wallace out of Edinburgh, Indiana. $283 at 123 for Larry, and $295 at 117 for Ryan. Both of them turning the red eye on. And we have a single pass here. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Jesse Fritz out of Greenup, Illinois, in his 2019 Frankenstein Dragster. Uh, 006 on the tree, 309 at 111 for Jesse. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Brad Miles out of Terre Haute in his 2005 Miller Dragster. In the Strode Construction Lane, we have Bob Honey Creek Pros out of Terre Haute in his 2015 American Dragster. And they're rolling into beams. And they're both chopping at the tree there. Went red. 287 at 122 for Brad. 288 at 119 for Bob Pros. Honey Creek Collision Lane have a single run. Tiffany Busenbark out of Center Point, Indiana, in her 2009 Racecraft Dragster. And Tiffany goes 294 at 119. As it looks like Jose's out there with the mop sweeping things off. making sure the starting line's good and ready for the racers. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Caitlin Krockenberger out of West Terre Haute in her dragster. She is recently back from maternity leave. She was out of the dragster for a little bit. She's now able to get back racing now that she's had the little baby. .333 at 102 for Caitlin. It looks like that puts her number 12. And I do believe that is all of the dragsters in the Dragster versus the World. And now we will run everyone else this time run. That way we can set the buys for first round eliminations. $2,000 to the winner of the Dragster versus the World today. And here comes everyone else. This is the world side of the race today. Adam, Ultimate Warrior Price, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, in the LS Powered Duster. Strode Construction Lane, we have JC Gummery in his 99 Pontiac Trans Am. And Adam goes 396 at 85, and JC 585 at 52. Cody Allenball in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, and Shane Diamond in the Strode Construction Lane on his Pro-Charged Harley. Cody Summers 4 flat at 84. Shane 499 at 72. Matt Harney goes 402 at 84. Robbie Bruce 405 at 91. Joey Moore, Honey Creek Collision Lane, and Scott Henderson in the Strode Construction Lane. A pair of Camaros a generation apart. Attention in the pits. Joey Moore goes 380 at 88. Scott 403 at 84. Puts him 25 and 34 on the qualifying sheet. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need the P-Row cars. P-Row cars lanes 1 and 2. We need the P-Row cars lanes 1 and 2. As we have Brett Modulin in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in his S10. And Kelly Dom in the Strode Construction Lane. $454 at 73 for Brett, $401 at 84 for Kelly. Midnight Bill McCarty in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, and Dustin Brenton in the Strode Construction Lane. They are currently 30 and 43 on the qualifying sheet. $398 at 85 for Dustin and $572 at 62 for Bill. Nice wheels up start there. 376 at 91 in the Honey Creek Lane and 397 at 84 in the Strode Construction Lane. Next pair we have Eric Rowdy Piper Jocelyn in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in his Firebird. And we have George Youngblood in the Strode Construction Lane in his little S10. 430 at 78 for Eric, and 417 at 82 for George. Puts him 39 and 40 on the list. Joe Pickett in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Indianapolis. And Strode Construction Lane, we have Nathan Pros out of Terre Haute in his Camaro Roadster. He is also one of the pros over at Honey Creek Collision. And Nathan pushed the tree a little too hard. 317 at 101. 360 at 94 for Josh. Puts Nathan number 12, number 11 on the list. And Nathan was 23, I believe. Corey Brenton out of Rosedale, Indiana, in his Chevy powered Fox body. Hey, Alan Grayless. Nice to see you watching this, man. Glad you're rooting George on. Nathan Jones in the Strode Construction Lane. Alan, you're supposed to be down here racing, man, not watching us on Facebook. Nice wheels up start there. 379 at 88 for Corey, and 399 at 84 for Nathan. Puts him 33 and 24 on the qualifying sheet. Josh Pickett in the Honey Creek Lane. Strode Construction Lane, we have Caden Bushy out of Washington, Indiana, in his Roadster. Wish I was racing instead of working. I bet you do, buddy. I bet you do. Hopefully we'll see you next weekend or weekend after. We got next weekend we got the car meet, so be there on the 8th. Awesome. I look forward to seeing you, man. $387 at 86 for Josh. $343 at 100 for Caden. Awesome, awesome, and that's good that you got your granddaughter involved. Should be a good time on the 31st with the back to school car meet here at Wabash Valley Dragway. As Lee Davis in his Malibu in the Honey Creek Collision Lane makes his bye run for the second round of time trials. 413 at 81 for Lee. Puts him 38th on the list. Okay, here comes Pro at you for their second time run. Sean Feast and Curtis Gibson. Honey Creek Collision Lane for Sean, and Curtis is in the Strode Construction Lane. Nova versus Duster. Nice little wheels up there for Sean. 650 at 103 and 719 at 93 for Curtis. Kevin Scammyhorn out of Farmersburg, Indiana, and his Dodge Dakota. And Alan Tackett in his Strode Construction Lane and his Challenger. Look at Kevin, triple zip on the tree. 718 at 94, 650 at 107 for Alan. Don Fry and Cody Frederick. Cody 008 off the tree. 607 at 111 for Cody. 703 at 96 for Don in the Honey Creek Collision Line. Our next pair is Stone Cold Austin Tool out of West Terre Haute in his Cobalt. Mr. Champion, winner of Division 3, Points Championship, Pro Championship. He's the son of a champion, and he's 002 red. 588 at 115, 753 at 87. Steve was 004 to the green. Austin 002 red. But that's okay. It's time runs, so that's a good time to get rid of it. Honey Creek Collision Line, we have Leanne Phillips out of Bruceville, Indiana, and her S10. Strode Construction Lane, we have J.C. Gummery in his Pontiac Trans Am. And they're off. 703 at 96 for Leanne, 627 at 107 for JC. And I believe we are going to go into a weather delay as we have a little bit of a mist going on out there. So we will We will be on a slight hold here. So, yeah, we'll be on a hold here for just a few moments as we let this weather pass. So, hang tight, and we'll be right back with you. Okay. Looks like we're good. So we're going to send him Joe Robertson in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in his Ford Mustang. Adam Phillips in East Road Construction Lane, also in a Mustang, but it is a big block Chevy powered. $628 at 108 for Joe, $620 at 110 for Adam. Adam Hulk Hogan Graham in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Bloomington, Indiana, in his Hulk Hogan inspired fox bodied Mustang. Oh, what you gonna do when the maniacs come after you? 604 at 113 for Adam. And here's a couple top contenders. Main card guys. Cody Allenball out of Terre Haute in his S10. In the Strode construction line, we have Adam Ultimate Warrior Price in his LS powered Duster. $622 at 107 for Cody. $619 at 109 for the Ultimate Warrior Adam Price. Jeff Vaughn out of Terre Haute, Indiana, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Joe Tillman in the Strode Construction Lane. $742 at 91 for Jeff. 814 at 91 for Joe. Macho Man, Macho Man. Macho Man Mike Dool in the Strode construction lane. And Mike Smith in the Honey Creek collision lane in his Malibu. Nice wheels up start there for Macho Man. 588 at 115 for Macho. 618 at 99 for Mike Smith. Jay Eversole out of Terre Haute, Indiana, in the Honey Creek collision lane in his 63 Dodge Polara. Sponsored by Jay Service Center, Grizzlies, and PJ Trucking. Strode construction lane, we have Midnight Bill McCarty in his 2003 Jeep Liberty, sponsored by Bloomington Window Tint and JB's Salvage. And Bill pushed the tree a little too much. 636 at 107 for Jay, 793 at 85 for Bill. And there's that wild rowdy Piper Eric Joslin in the Strode construction lane in his Firebird. And Jason Wisham out of Plainfield, Indiana, in the Honey Creek collision lane in his Dodge Challenger. And Eric pushes the tree a little bit, but that's all right. It is qualifying. 673 at 100 for Rowdy. 794 at 86 for Jason. And it looks like we are on hold for weather again. The mist picked up to a drizzle that makes us fizzle because we want to step on the loud pedal. So it sounds like we have some sprinkles at the top end. So we're going to go into a hold pattern here for a moment and see what it does. We don't want to send cars down the track and it be unsafe. So Gearheads Grill is open for your hunger and thirst needs. Go down the bottom of the tower and see Beth, and she will take care of you. And it sounds like we are back at it. Russ Hines in the Honey Creek collision lane in his Firebird up against Chris Walker out of Paris, Illinois in his 67 Camaro. Chris Gold Dust Walker. A little Dusty Roads reference there. $679 at 102 for Russ. $770 at 70 mile an hour for Chris. And we're going to drag the track to make sure it's good.
Hey, folks, it look like the rain don't want to go away. This thing worse than who else won't go away? I'm not gonna say it. Shout out to the motorcycle guys. We got like 5 motorcycles. We got the old guy from Coles County who came here to whoop you up. That's right. The guy from Coles County is here for the Wally. He said, "I'm keeping the Wally here too." We got visitor. We got Kurt MF and Johnson in the house. Or sorry, Kurt Taylor, MF Taylor, not Johnson. On behalf of Wabash Valley Dragway, folks, I want to thank you all. We have an amazing crowd today, folks, and we're trying to drive the track as fast as possible. We got the state-of-the-art equipment, a 65-year-old tractor with some tires. So if you're looking to sponsor a brand new tractor, holla at your boy. We can certainly use a new tractor or this one. This one is what it is, okay? That's how it came. And make sure you tune in on Facebook.com. We're on live feed today. Shout out to Chris, DJ Chris in the house. And he's taking care of everything with the live feed. So what is this, Chris? Are we? Oh, we have the weather report. Okay, hold on. If you go to Facebook.com, I can tell you what's happening, Chris. There's nothing going on. It shows nothing, but something is happening. Make sure you delete weather.com. I don't want to get sued, Chris. Okay, we're good. We're Terre Haute. Put Terre Haute right there. Let me see the cloud. Make it big. And yeah, if you go to Facebook.com or YouTube, you can see the play-by-play report of the rain, which direction is not going, and how it's affecting us. Terre Haute, ugly, bro. Look at that. Oh, we got in Brazil. And folks, today the winner of the Dragster versus the world champion gets the belt. We got Thurman in the house. Thurman's out there walking with the belt. Thurman, don't get it wet, bro. The thing is stainless steel, gold looking thing. put the plastic on it. Hey, that's the old guy from Coast County that beat them guys up right there, bro. Yeah, that's him. Yep. Gang. Shout out to all the juniors. We got a lot of juniors here today. Juniors, be nice. We got some pro, we got some super pro, we got everything. Okay, I think we're good with the radar, Chris. I mean, there we go. Perfect. They're trying to sell us a subscription to the Weather Channel. We ain't buying it. How about Facebook? Let me know where you're watching from. If you're watching from the track, leave it in comments. Do we got comments out there, Chris? I'll be reading comments on Facebook as long as I can read them. As long as Jose's not typing this stuff, I should be all right. What we got? It says, hit that one up. On the 31st, my granddaughter. Oh, that's right. Matt Kraken is going to be here on the 31st. That's going to be the car meet / high school junior street. It's all be going down next weekend, Friday. And the weekend after, not this next weekend, but the weekend right after, is going to be the king of the track. All right. Once again, folks, we're on a weather delay. We got a little bit of mist out there and somewhat safe. Watching from Columbus, Ohio. Shout out to Brand Waniger. Hold on. What does it say? Hold on, my bad. I didn't mean like that. Weininger. All right, my bad. That was a setup, Chris. That was messed up. No, it's all right. Shout out to Brad. Brad, my guy watching. Can you do another comment so we can pretend this didn't happen, bro? Wish I was racing instead. That's right, Alan. Click on that one, bro. Fast. There we go. Yeah, I was racing too, man, but I'm working. I'm working too. Working the track. Be here on the 8th. What's the 8th? I believe the 8th is going to be the King of the Track race. That's going to be King of the Track, August 8th. We got Time Warp coming up for old school cars. I know we got Curtis Gibson here somewhere with the old school nostalgia super stocks. And lots of other stuff going down. The referee Thurman Hayes over there with the belt on his chest. Make sure he don't get it wet, please. They got no warranty on that belt, Thurman. I'm gonna have to ask to Shane Diamond to help us find. Hey, can you find belts at your store, bro, or no? Yeah, you can buy belts like that. Look like a Mexican belt with a big buckle on the front. And if you are out and about in the pits, go check out my boys, Braxton Berg. He got a display of 3D printed keychains and other devices at his table. Tell him Freddie sent you, and he probably gonna charge you more. Shot clip. No, bro. Jason Bullard. Hey, Brett, you better delete that, bro. I'm gonna go to Columbus, Ohio. Oh boy. Thank you for watching from home, folks. It's an honor. Shout out to Chris once again. Try to do the best we can. These are all, believe it or not, the quality on this is amazing. I'll give you the recipe. 2 Walmart phones, 1 1997 camera, and a computer. You can do this from home. I'm 3 Puerto Ricans. You can have a live feed of the lifetime. Zach Endicott. Coach E, are you watching from home, Coach E? Coach Endicott, you watching from home? Either watching or he focusing on the next race. He's leaving Brazil. Apparently the storm is gone, hopefully. You guys feel anything out there? Is what? Is lightning lightning or lighter? Okay, no, we don't want to see lightning. I don't think so. Thank you today, folks, for being here at the WrestleMania or Dragstermania. Sorry. And I do apologize about the confusion earlier. I thought that we were going to do 1 round of eliminations and time trials. I mean, and we ended up doing 2. So I appreciate the patience. I messed up. I dropped the ball. I mess up all the time. I try to do too much. And well, thank you for understanding and your patience. And hopefully nobody got mad at the second time trial. Hopefully. If you did, I'm sorry, man. My bad, bro. My bad. We are non-trained professional trying to be professional training, okay? Shout out to all the drag. We got some fast dragsters here today, man. We got some of the fastest dragsters I've seen. So thank you guys for being out here today. Shout out to all the sponsors. You know who you are. I don't remember right now, but Thurman will be mentioning them all day. Right, Thurman? You're doing your job. I think it's Thurman's job to announce the sponsor. Oh, he's doing good. Okay. The belt. Honey Creek Collision in the house. Stroke Construction, of course. Dean's Party Mania. All of you guys, thank you very much for being here. Oh, then Chris Don found me the script with the sponsor. Now I'm going to have to read this. No, bro. I wait for Thurman. No, bro. No, I'm not reading that, bro. Shout out to Tapco, Tech Car sponsors. Fill it out properly so your points are correct. This message brought to you by Kerry. Steve Pete Cooper Car Show, May 9th in Beechwood Park, Rockville. That happened already, but that's our friend Wassenberg. Help us with the junior program every year through his dad's car show. Say my last name again. Somebody on Facebook, block this dude, bro. Hey, bro, listen. Somebody block. I'm not saying the last name again, bro. Just a setup. Shout out to Joint Internet Services, providing the best reliable internet. Talking about internet, do not steal the internet from the track, please. We're trying to do a live feed. If more than 3 people jump on there, we're going to block it, okay? Please do not steal the track internet. Thank you very much. This message brought to you by Joint. Republic Services, the best garbage company and the most comfortable dumpsters. Who wrote this, bro? What's a comfortable dumpster? Honey Creek Collision, when it comes to custom paint, they are the real pros. The real pros. Okay, I get it. I slapped my knee. That's his knee and his slapper, Cheryl. This is a Cheryl joke. The Stroke Construction, making the building of your dreams come true. They can build you everything from a mansion to a business to a porta potty. bathroom looking thing. PJ Trucking, if you're here, PJ, shout out to PJ and Jay's Service Center in Terre Haute, responsible for helping us get our team to the ET Finals in Norwalk, happening in September. Which our team usually does really good at those as well. So we got some of the best bracket races in town. Thank you guys. If you're coming from wherever you're coming from, I appreciate you guys being here. I appreciate the patience. Please do not leave a bad review on Facebook. We will block you, delete you, and I'm gonna copy your account and take a picture, and I'm gonna spam people with your name on there. Okay? So do not do that on Facebook, or we're gonna catfish you. Adam Graham, I don't speak for all, but I think most of our racers. This guy wrote a paragraph on Facebook. Hold up, bro. This is going to be hard. I don't speak for all, but I think most of us racers will be okay with wiping second time run, going into elimination. We still have buyback first or second round up to the boss. Thank you for. At this point, I'm not making decision right now, Adam, because what happened is the customer get mad. Hey, no Willis. Hey, please, no Willis. The kid over there. No wheelies unless I'm on the back seat, please. Oh, sponsors, hold on. Reyes Construction. Reyes Construction is like Struck Construction, but smaller and in Spanish. Shout out to Shocky. Component Transport, transporting building materials, logos, lumber, and poles. That's another junior sponsor, and that's our friend Brian Paulson. Shout out to Brian Paulson for sponsoring the juniors. Everybody care about the kid. Nobody care about the man. Everybody care about the kid. Yeah, I think I agree with you, Adam. Yeah, no joke. Freddy's buying dinner. No, bro, you tripping. This guy, delete this guy. That's Berg. That's Berg. I'm not buying dinner, buddy. I can't even buy anything right now myself. I don't think I'm ever going to financially recover from this catastrophe. Once again, folks, I'm not your regular announcer. I'm just filling in for Thurman while he goes on break with the championship belt in the pits. He'll be back momentarily with English in high definition. I have a copy. Go ahead. This time we're gonna be calling the remaining of pro, whoever was doing time trials before the catastrophe rain happened. I believe we got 6 to 8 cars that were doing trials, and the rain kind of stopped us. So I need all those 6 to 8 or 7 guys from pro, the remaining of pro time trials. If you did not get your second time trial for pro, need you to the lanes, please. 1 and 2. Only if you got 1 time trial. If you got 2, don't be trying to do a third one. We're going to charge you $35 for the third time trial. We got camera everywhere. Everywhere. Once again, I need the remaining of pro, 2 lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro, you're on standby. Super Pro, you're on standby. All right, Thurman, your break is over, Thurman. You can come back up, okay? You went too far. right, here we go. Well, once again, folks, I need the remaining of a pro. Remaining of pro. Second time trial, need to lanes 1 and 2. Lanes 1 and 2, please. If you're watching from Facebook or YouTube, leave us a comment so we can read it online. Maybe, maybe not. Anything new, Chris? Joe Robertson said, I agree with Adam. Says that way we're not here later than we should. Yeah, there's a problem with that. We already started a second time round, though. I agree, though. I agree. There's many decisions that you can make. I can only make one, and 90% of the time is the wrong one. I got a good record on that. Oh, man, somebody got shot. Hold on. Do it again, Chris. You know who that was? That was Ramona last night. Ramona with the gun.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Almost ready to rumble. Once again. Second call. I need pro, remaining or pro, time trial. We need you back to the lanes, please. Remaining or pro, time trial. Need you back to the lanes, please, for your second time trial. Third man, your lunch break over. Third man, that counted as a lunch break, third man, too, just so you know. Attention, Wabash Valley employee. We got a report of a dead possum in front of post trucks, and it smells real bad. We need pest removal down here. Attention, Wabash Valley employee. There's a dead possum in front of post trucks, and it smells really bad. We need pest removal down here. Thank you, Alicia Berg, for the message. If you have any other message like that one that allow us to make the experience more pleasant, please send it to me or to Josh Roger. All right. Do we got some? Yeah, we got some. The remaining of pro. We need the remaining of pro back to the lanes for your second time trial. Super Pro, you're on standby. Super Pro, you're on standby. Kurt MF Taylor in the house. The Wicked Sensation. Cheryl says hi. Of course she does. And don't forget the Gearheads Grill is open. If you're looking for a bite to eat, we got burgers, hot dogs, pretzels, nachos, and cheese, jalapeno peppers, and other stuff. Visit us today. Right here. All right, this is gonna be last call. Last call. I need the remaining of Pro. Time trial number 2. 2 lanes 1 and 2. And yeah, as soon as you start sending these cars, Rich, just let me know. I can start calling Super Pro. It's up to you. All right, we got Ricky Berry says, "Go BBR Racing out of Mount Zion, Illinois. Grandpa loves you. Little man, Dragster, Braxtonburg." Do we have a sound? We have applause. Okay, that's close enough. We need a different soundboard. Woo! Woo! Okay. Thanks for going. You're welcome, man. We try to go live every time as long as we have more than 3 viewers. If we drop to 3 viewers, we're disconnecting right now because the customer's still in the internet too. Use your 5G. Don't be using my Wi-Fi, okay? Customer caught leaving back comment on Facebook. I'm gonna catfish your profile and add everybody, okay? Talking about fake profiles. What was the lady's name? That one? Dolly Monday. I give her an applause. She was real. My bad. Dolly Monday, congratulations. I owe you the shirt still, okay? I really thought it was a fake account because I used to, back in the day, yeah, it didn't look like it was real, but good job. All right? Too suspect. Is that Robbie Bruce out there? Robbie Bruce, is your nephew got the bounty? Who's going to get it? Don't let the old guy from Coles County take the bounty, bro. I don't want to see that guy here again, all right? That guy, man, he came here to take Bill McCarty bounty. That's right, the bounty coming up in just a few moments. Waiting for Jose to go. He going on a cruise on a tractor. He putting miles on it, like it was a 2026 Kia Optima. It's gonna go out soon. Is that you, Mr. Hines? Mr. Hines is in the house with the Marauder-looking car. Oh, no, Marauder. It's a Crown Vic with the Home Depot lip. I remember that. Half Honda Civic, half Crown Vic. The Marauder. I can hear the tires on the tractor. That's pretty good, Jose. I think we're good, bro. No, Jose said, no, not good enough. We're going to keep dragging this. I don't want to hear the customers scream at me English anymore. Thurman, please come back to the tower. I'm tired of doing your job. Thurman, please, your lunch break is over. Please come back. Make sure you punch back in, okay? Oh, you don't have to punch back in. I'll punch you back in later at 6 or 7. I got you. What did Duan Michael say on Facebook? No. Click that comment, bro. Hold on. What did it say? Duan Michael says he's something. What? I cannot read that. Oh, okay. I respect your opinions there. Thank you for being honest with you. And shout out to the one coming out of the closet on the Facebook Live. The one, Michael, has some information for you. If you want to know what he says, go to Facebook. You got a confession to make. My son Jay Berg loves your track and setup. Thanks for keeping racing alive. Hey, you're welcome. Oh, this is Jake from State Farm's parents. Badass. Linda, why are you confused? The guy, Linda, what's the confusion? Mr. Dewan Michael just wants to come out of the closet on a Facebook Live. Leave him alone. He good. It's normal nowadays. It's like they got bathroom and everything for people like that. I mean, I shouldn't say that. I forgot we were live. We can delete this, right? Okay. We delete it. Go Braxtonberg. Braxton better be selling hella keychains with this promo here. Help a Junior today. Buy a keychain from Braxtonberg, the son of Jake from State Farm here today. I bought some cool stuff from them on Marketplace, man. I got to read the shelves. Maybe in a little bit. Shout out to Jeremy Lawson. Jeremy Lawson, today we're going to need 2 pallets of Busch Light, buddy. This is the longest day in my life. And it's only noon. Is it noon? You got to be kidding me. It's 4. All right, folks. It looked like Thurman. You punch back in, Thurman?
Yep,
He punched back in. Let me make sure he punched out. And folks, thank you very much for your patience. We'll be racing in no time. The rain has not been our friend today, but it's okay. We're going to try to make it happen. We're going to stay here probably till 4 or 5 in the morning. Hopefully the police will come and stop us and not have an excuse so the customer don't yell at me. No, we have a curfew. Can you ask ChatGPT to make you a curfew letter from the police department? Yeah. Yeah, we have a curfew now. It's midnight. Where's the gay guy from Facebook? That's so cool. All right, folks, don't forget tomorrow morning we got church service at 8 a.m. Me and Pastor Hayes, right? Hayes, sorry. Pastor Hayes. Hey, what was the gay horsey? I'm just kidding. No, don't do that. I'm going to hell for that tomorrow. I'm going to pray tomorrow. I'm going to be good. So today, Pastor, we're going to do messed up stuff. Tomorrow we're going to be okay. So shout out to the pastor here. My only way to go to heaven is to hire a pastor for $10 an hour. Best $10 ever spent. Don't go to hell, go to heaven. Back to you, Mr. Thurman Hayes. Give it applause. Thank you.
And I'm back. And we have pro cars in the lanes. If you are not there, you should be. And we'll get things rolling here as Jose gets the track dragged and ready to go. And hopefully this weather stuff is done for the day.
Let's get ready to rumble!
It's that time. shout out to Jose as he's running, as he's spraying the goo down to make it sticky for you. Go, Jose. No, Jose. The police car setting in the lot is not for you. You don't have to run. It's okay. Final call for the rest of pro. If you have not made your second pass in pro, we need you in the lanes now. You're late. And with that, we also need Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 for your second time run. So if you were in the lanes when we stopped for weather in pro, we need you back to the lanes. Should have already been there, but we'll give you a chance to get there. But we need Super Pro lanes 1 and 2, Super Pro lanes 1 and 2 for your second time run for today.
Let's get ready to rumble!
And here we go. PJ Davenport, Honey Creek Collegiate Lane, and Chad, Mr. Perfect, Cheatin' Eatin' in the Strode Construction Lane out of Paris, Illinois, in his Monte Carlo. Man, we're going to have to check PJ for a box. That's triple zips back to back for PJ. 008 for Chad. 733 at 92 and 775 at 85 for PJ. Yeah. 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 And he's 79. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Tim Flynn out of Naperville, Illinois, in his Barracuda. And he goes 674 105. Next up, we have Dan Gary out of Oak Forest, Illinois, in his 73 Plymouth Duster. Nice looking blue Duster there. Once again, we need Super Pro. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. It's your turn to get on the mat. A little wheels up start there for the Duster. 610 at 112 for Dan in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. James Gibbs in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Mooresville, Indiana. As James goes 662 at 102.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dragstermania! In Wabash Valley! Dragway! Let's get ready to rumble!
And here comes your first pair of Super Pro for their second time run. Kurt Taylor, 74 Chevy Camaro in the Honey Creek collision lane. Scott Henderson, 91 Camaro in the Strode construction lane. Couple Camaros, a generation or two apart. $589 at 117 for Kurt. $628 at 109 for Scott. Travis East in the Honey Creek lane, 676 at 99 and 604 at 111 for the Strode lane. Midnight Bill McCarty and his Liberty, and Brett Modglin in the Estin. 714 at 94 for Brett, 793 at 85 for Midnight Bill.
Might see him.
David Rogers Jr. in the Honey Creek collision lane with his Sonoma. Bob Wright in the Strode construction lane and his 86 Dodge Omni. $679 at 100 for Dave. $639 at 109 for Bob. Your main one's back. Okay. Cody Allenball in the Honey Creek collision lane, and Denny Ziegler in the Strode construction lane. Nice big wheels up start there for Cody Allenball. 631 at 100 for Cody, 682 at 99 for Denny. Those online, bear with us. It looks like we lost a camera for some reason, so Chris has went out to figure out what's going on, and we'll get that back up and fixed just as soon as we can. So bear with us online as we only have the starting line view for the moment. Amber Rogers out of Terre Haute, Indiana, in her S10 in the Honey Creek collision lane. Strode construction lane, we have Chuck Jackley out of Terre Haute. $578 at 117 for Chuck. $665 at 101 for Amber. Cody Frederick in the Strode construction lane. And not sure who is in the Honey Creek lane. As we had a double red light there. 546 at 123 and 598 at 112 for Cody. Stone Cold Austin Tool in the Honey Creek collision lane in his 07 Chevy Cobalt up against Matt Harney in the Strode construction lane out of Clinton, Indiana in his 03 Ford Cobra. A true Cobra car. Has the supercharged 32 valve 5.4 in it. $588 at 115 for Stone Cold, and $631 at 108 for Matt. Honey Creek collision lane, we have Joey Moore and his Camaro, and Tommy Smith in the Nova. If you're watching online, please bear with us. We're working on getting our other camera back. Looks like something happened to Tommy Smith. Not sure what happened there. $595 for Joey. Wabash Valley said it. Yes, we do. Thank everyone for being here racing with us today at Wabash Valley Dragway, the fastest eighth mile in the valley. Jason English in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, and Steve Brenton in the Strode Construction Lane. $675 at 101 for Jason, $617 at 109 for Steve. Adam, Ultimate Warrior Prize, and Dave, The Undertaker Monday. 620 at 109 for Adam, 602 at 113 for The Undertaker. Tony Virgilio Jr. is up against Tony Virgilio. Double 04 red for Tony. 748 at 90 and 492 at 139 for Tony. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Corey Brenton out of Rosedale, Indiana, in his Fox Body Mustang. And Strode Construction Lane, we have Brother Dustin Brenton out of Rosedale, Indiana, in his Nova. $594 at 113 for Corey, $623 at 109 for Dustin. Megan Umversall from West Terre Haute in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Joey Robertson, Strode Construction Lane out of Mitchell, Indiana, in his 74 Ford Maverick. The Maverick went from a two-door car to a four-door truck in a matter of about 45 years. And Megan stops the timers at 592 at 114. Joey 605 at 112. Looks like Jose's on the mop again. Making sure the track is safe for you.
He was first time like, okay, like, pretty good. So I was like, again, it's still cool alive. I'm like, I don't turn the phone off, turn it on, and he's trying to doing that work. So
Yeah, it's crazy. Jason Long out of Clayton, Indiana. 72 Dodge Dart up against Chuck Corrado out of Clinton, Indiana, and his rear engine dragster. And for you on the internet, we do have the camera back. Chris did a wonderful job taking care of that for us. We appreciate Chris being here this weekend, doing the live feed for us. So those that can't be here at Wabash Valley Dragway can still see what's going on. Watch the Dragstermania event this weekend. And Jason goes 624 at 108. Chuck 514 at 136. Chris Miller in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Georgetown, Illinois. Strode Construction Lane, we have Josh Pickett, the bounty holder for Super Pro in his S10. A good time to get rid of the old red light there. 610 at 110 for Josh. 554 at 123 for Chris Miller. Next pair, Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Sean Feast in the high flying Chevy Nova, and Terry Sanders in the Strode Construction Lane in the 65 Ford Mustang. You have to keep your eyes on the Nova. That thing likes to, or used to like, to drag that back bumper. So we'll see how Sean has it set up. See if he's got her cranked down or loosened up today. Nice little wheels up for Sean, and something happened with Terry. Not sure there. Sounds like the car is still running. 6 of 50 at 103 for Sean. 1525 at 35 mile an hour for Terry. I believe he had an issue last pass also. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Jacob Youngblood out of Rosedale, Indiana, in his S10. And Gage of Brenton in the Strode Construction Lane, also out of Rosedale, 72 Nova. Nice wheels up there for Gage. 624 at 108 for Gage. 651 at 104 for Jacob. Couple nice passes there for the gentleman out of Rosedale. And we have Nathan Jones in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. And Kevin Byers in the Strode Construction Lane. Kevin's in a Sam Spires dragster, and we're not 100% sure on what Nathan is driving. If you think you know what that is, type in the comments. Let us know what you think. I think it looks kind of like a late 90s Buick Regal, but maybe a Lumina. 626 at 108 for Nathan, 526 at 129 for Kevin. Well, that could have been a Lumina, but I don't know. That's back when cars all started looking alike, and it just got worse as they got older. Now you have to look at the emblems to see which one they are because they all look the same, unless it's a Tesla, and then you know it's a Tesla because it's ugly. Sorry for you Tesla lovers. Max Scott in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in his Nova, and Ron Smith in the Strode Construction Lane in his rear engine dragster. And they were both chopping at the tree. 489 at 140 for Ron, and 615 at 110 for Max. Daisy Pickett in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, and Sam Smith in the Strode Construction Lane. 002 to a 005, 613 at 110, and 570 at 120. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need you. We need you. Come to the lanes. Oh, wait. You need what class? Sportsman. Hey, sportsman racers. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman lanes 1 and 2 for your second and final qualifying pass. Sportsman lanes 1 and 2. Juniors, you are on standby. Juniors, you are on standby. And we have Brian telling us to tell Max Scott to check his blinker fluid. It must be too low. Oh. All righty. We will get that message to him if we can. Max Scott, check your blinker fluid. Somebody says it's low. Josh Pickett, 561 at 120, and Jesse Fritz, 483. And we need sportsman cars. Sportsman cars. We need you lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman lanes 1 and 2. And Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Kyle Wallenberg out of Effingham, Illinois, in his original 71 Dodge Demon. Strode Construction Lane, we have Bob, Honey Creek Collision Pros, in his 65 Rambler wagon, sponsored by G&B Machine Shop and Honey Creek Collision. Or the pros, go to the pros to get the best work done. Nice little wheels up start there. 557 at 123 for Bob. 636 at 107 for Kyle. And I believe that is the second 557.7 of the day for Mr. Pros in that wagon. I do believe that thing might be a deadly little car to drive for his opponents. Wyatt Scales out of Toledo, Illinois, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in his 73 Chevy Vega. Clayton McGinnis in the Strode Construction Lane in his 2002 Miller Dragster. Joe Robertson, that is a good idea. Management is discussing what they're going to do about that. And as soon as they tell me something, I will relay it to you guys. Kelly Dom in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in her Dakota pickup. And she stops the timers at 6:27 at 106. Eric Willenberg in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in his Plymouth Barracuda, and Tommy Smith in the Strode Construction Lane in the yellow Nova. And Tommy stops the timers at 5:99. Not sure what happened with Eric on the line. And Willenberg makes it down track this time, 5:69 at 120. As we have some cleanup in aisle 9. Jose and the boys out there with the alcohol and the mops, getting it wiped up. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need junior dragsters, lane 7 and 8. Junior dragsters 7 and 8, please. It's your turn at the mat. As Keegan Meyer comes up to the lights in the Honey Creek Collision Lane and the Plymouth Duster. $7.53 at 89 for Keegan. And Nick Wallace in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Edinburgh, Indiana, 88 S10. And Nick stops the timers at 6:07 at 1:12. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Caden Bushy out of Washington, Indiana, and his 34 Chevy Roadster. And Caden stops the timers at 5:34 at 1:26. And here comes a sportsman for their second time run. Jeff Gummery out of Terre Haute, a 99 Camaro. And Michael Cruzen out of Shelburne, Indiana, in his Dodge Dakota. And we're pre-staged. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need motorcycles. Motorcycles lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycles lanes 1 and 2. It's your turn to rumble at Wabash Valley Dragway.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Joe Tillman out of Brownsburg, Indiana, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in his Tesla, up against Mike Gummery out of Terre Haute, and he strode construction lane in his Camaro. Mike was way late, but that's okay. It's just time runs. 7:52 at 91 for Mike. 8:16 at 90 mile an hour for Joe Tillman. Steve Z out of Imperial, Missouri, up against Midnight Bill McCarty. Jeep Liberty against the Dakota. 7:49 at 88 for Steve, and 7:96 at 85 for Midnight McCarty. Jared Hines in the Honey Creek collision lane out of Greencastle, Indiana, in the former police car, 2010 Ford Crown Victoria. Jody Smith strode construction lane, 66 Chevy Chevelle, 8:26 at 82 for Jody. Jared, 9:68 at 69. Honey Creek collision lane, we have Terry Hoffman out of Monrovia, Indiana, 2002 Chevy Suburban. Strode construction lane, we have Zach the Big Hat Endicott out of Crawfordsville, Indiana, in his 2011 Ford F-150 Coyote powered pick 'em up truck.
Let's go, Zach. Got him, Zach.
006 to an 020 light. Zach was on the tree. 10:51 at 67 for Zach, and 10:71 at 66 for the Suburban. Bill McCarthy. Bill McCarthy. We need you lanes for motorcycles. Bill McCarty to the lanes for motorcycles, please. Jeff Vaughn in the Honey Creek collision lane in his Fox Body Mustang, up against Mario Torres in the Strode construction lane out of Brownsville, Texas, in a late model Mustang, I believe. As Jeff does a big, long, smoky burnout. Well, that was interesting. Marrow left there before the tree was activated, as Jeff was doing his burnout process. Mario did not get a time on that run. And Jeff will go down now, like you're supposed to. 7:43 at 91 for Jeff in the Honey Creek collision lane. Honey Creek collision lane, we have Chris Skywalker out of Paris, Illinois, in his Camaro up against the one and only Brandy Eaton out of Paris, Illinois, in her GTO in the Strode construction lane. And Skywalker goes red. 730 at 93. Brandy 783 at 84 in the Strode lane. Next up, we have Curtis Graham out of West Terre Haute in his 88 GMC pick 'em up truck in the Honey Creek collision lane. .757 at 90 mile an hour for Curtis. And next will be Honey Creek collision lane. Curtis Gibson out of Thorntown, Indiana. 71 of Plymouth Duster. Painted up like the old Soxon Martin car. .720 at 93 mile an hour for the Duster. The owner and proprietor of PJ Trucking, PJ Davenport, out of Terre Haute, Indiana, and his Coronet. Wonder what the reaction time will be this round. Oh, PJ. Sponsored by Jay's Service Center and PJ. Just a youngster. He's only 79. And he pushed a little too hard that time. Oh, 25 red for PJ. 731 at 92 mile an hour. And here's Mr. Perfect, Chad Eaton. Some say Cheatin' Eaton out of Paris, Illinois, in the Honey Creek collision lane. In his Monte Carlo. I seen he had to do an engine change this week. It looks like he lost a little part out the side of the motor last week. I hate to tell him, but he's supposed to keep them parts inside the motor to make them run right. As he goes 002 red. 732 at 92 for Chad, Mr. Perfect Eaton. Harold Travioli out of West Terre Haute in his Chevy Nova. The 006 for Harold. 741 at 92 for Harold in the Honey Creek collision lane. And I believe that completes time trials for sportsmen. Yeah. I believe motorcycles will be next for their second and final time run. Bounty alert, bounty alert. Kylan Bruce in the Honey Creek Collision Lane is your bounty holder going into this race. So we'll see if he can hold it throughout the race. He's up against Robbie Bruce in the Strode Construction Lane on his Kawasaki. The Hayabusa against the Kawasaki. The 680 at 106 for Kylan, 976 at 37 mile an hour for Robbie. And Robbie's rolling awful slow, but he is moving, so not sure what happened there. He's clear. Honey Creek Collision Lane, Jim Kennedy, Mattoon, Illinois, 07 Harley Davidson. Up against Shane Diamond in the Strode Construction Lane out of Washington, Indiana, in his 2008 Heritage Harley Davidson with a Pro Charger strap to the side of it. The race of the Harleys. Ooh, Jim got a little better light. But Shane gets there for 764 at 92, 797 at 84 for Jim. Nice little run against each other there in time runs for the Harleys. And here comes Midnight Bill. Oh, Bill McCarty. He'll run anything that's got a motor on it. He's on his 23 Honda Rebel in the Strode Construction Lane. Is 001 for Bill. Chop, chop, chop goes the tree. 874 at 81 for Bill. And I believe that does it for the motorcycle class for round number 2 of time trials. And I believe juniors will be next. So I believe that will put the Dragster versus the World on standby for Dragster versus the World.
Let's get ready to rumble!
And here comes your juniors around the corner. Remy Brown in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Greenwood, Indiana. And in East Road Construction Lane, we have Jackson Brown out of Greenwood, Indiana. Sounds like a family affair going on down there. A little sibling racing going on here. We had a sibling final last night in juniors with the Zada family. Tucker took out his sister last night. $791 at 82 for Remy, $884 at 73 for Jackson. Eric says the CUDA is my dad racing, not me. Okay. The number he's using is probably you, and the computer is why we're saying your name instead of your dad's.
Eric Willenberg.
Willenberg. Kinley Dar in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, and Elena McWhorter in the Strode Construction Lane. The juniors coming at you. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. This is for everyone. Everyone needs your attention, please. Due to the rain delay and the late start today, management has decided that we are only going to do one buyback during the eliminations. First round of buybacks only for pro, super pro, sportsman, and bikes. The Dragster versus the World does not have the buyback option. So for the Summit ET series, for all you guys, we have decided that there's just one buyback today since we're getting such a late start. So that should help speed things up a little bit. We apologize for making the change, but weather makes us change things sometimes. So that will let us to be able to get the event in this evening. So we will do our best to get it in a timely manner, and that's one way to do it. So we appreciate your patience and your cooperation and understanding, and understand that there is only one buyback, first round only for the Summit ET points series today. Tucker's on, winner from last night, 789 at 82. Bailey Busenbark at 1396 at 40 mile an hour. Tanner Zod in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, and Braxton Berg in East Road Construction Lane out of Mount Zion, Illinois. 94 at 72 for Tanner, and 888.8 for Braxton at 72 mile an hour. Haley Rogers in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Brazil, Indiana. In the Strode Construction Lane, we have Cohen Willenberg out of Effingham, Illinois. And we're clean and green. $12.18 at 53 mile an hour for Haley. $13.99 at 46 for Cohen. Our runner up from last night, Honey Creek Collision Lane, Colette Zod out of Champaign, Illinois. Strode Construction Lane, we have Blakely Willenborg out of Effingham, Illinois.
Woo! Woo!
And Colette goes 791 at 80 mile an hour. Blakely 1459 at 41. Aiden Lawson in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Paris, Illinois. And Lexi Mays in the Strode Construction Lane from Greenwood, Indiana. Crew chiefs making final adjustments there. Alexa gets the red light out of the way. 789 at 82 for Aiden. 921 at 71 for Lexi. Marissa Long, Clayton, Indiana, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. And Cruz Lee in the Strode Construction Lane out of Kansas, Illinois. 792 at 80 mile an hour for Cruz. 793 at 80 mile an hour for Marissa. And here comes the son of Stone Cold Austin Tool, Little Weston Tool, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, and his junior dragster. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I need dragsters. Dragsters for the Dragster versus the World to lanes 1 and 2. Only dragsters to lanes 1 and 2. Only dragsters to lanes 1 and 2 for Dragsters versus the World. Ron Smith, you will have the buy if there is one for the dragsters. Ron, you'll have the buy if there is one for the dragsters, and we need the dragsters to the lanes 1 and 2 for first round. As Weston goes 1377 at 45. Max Scott in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Max stops the timers at 788 at 81. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Wyatt Scales out of Toledo, Illinois, and Max Winkler in the Strode Construction Lane. $791 at 81 for Wyatt. $890 at 72 for Max. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Tucker Dom out of Detroit, Illinois. Once again, we need dragsters only. Dragsters only for Dragsters versus the World to lanes 1 and 2. Dragsters only to lanes 1 and 2. Ron Smith, you have the potential buy if there is one. 006 for Tucker. 834 at 76. Aspen Dom in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Detroit, Illinois, and his half scale dragster. Aspen stops the timers at 896 at 74. And next up for the juniors will be Kel Poe out of Altamont, Illinois, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. And Kel goes 8,920 at 73. And that does it for junior dragsters, I believe. And next will be a test and tune. Jacob Hunt out of Evansville, Indiana, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, and a 91 Pontiac Firebird. Just testing today. Okay, Jacob is in the Strode construction lane, not the Honey Creek lane. once again, if you're a dragster in the Dragster versus the World shootout, well, you should be in lanes 1 and 2. $777 at 88 mile for Jacob. And next up in our test and tune today is Andy Unversaw out of West Terre Haute in his 87S10. Making a test hit here. And Andy goes 889 at 77 mile an hour. And I believe that concludes our time trials for today. I believe that is it. So we will.
Hey, Donald, can you make a final call for Dragster? We're missing one. I believe it's Caitlin Rockford.
Oh, she's out.
So we'll do a few little management type things to get things straightened up, and then we'll get into race ceremonies, and we'll get the national anthem and the invocation to you here in just a moment as Freddie gets everything straightened out. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need door cars, bikes, or whatever else is in Dragster versus the World to lanes 5 and 6. We need Anybody else entered in Dragster versus the World to lanes 5 and 6? same run order as time runs, Ricky. It'll be the same run order as the time runs. So you will run after sportsmen or after the bikes. You will run after the bikes. Vincent in the pits. It's that time. It's that time. Are you ready to rumble at Wabash Valley Dragway as we get our race started? So if everyone would stand, we'll do our invocation and go right into the Star Spangled Banner, our national anthem. We do have a flag right outside the tower. So let's pray. Heavenly Father, Lord, we thank you for this day, Lord. Lord, we thank you for this wonderful facility that we can come and enjoy our favorite sport. Father, we thank you for our military that made it so that we can be here. Father, we also ask for safety today and good sportsmanship as we compete this weekend. Father, we give you all the glory in all things, and we thank you for your Son that died on the cross for us so that we have a way to be with you, Father. Lord, may you get to glory in Jesus' name. Amen and amen. Greatest land in the world, greatest song in the world, greatest sport in the world. NHRA drag racing at the finest 8th mile in the Wabash Valley. Dragstermania. Dragster versus the world coming at you at Wabash Valley Dragway for the 75th anniversary Wally weekend. We have WWE style championship belts and special one of a kind, once in a lifetime silver Wallies to give out today. Devin, we are just getting first round started. We had a rain delay earlier that put us behind. So we are just now getting things started. Appreciate you checking out the feed.
Ladies
All
and
right.
gentlemen, welcome to Dragstermania!
Our first pair of the Dragster versus the World round 1 eliminations. Tiffany Busenbark in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Center Point, Indiana, in her 2009 racecraft dialed at 293. Strode Construction Lane, we have Kevin Byers out of Bloomfield, Indiana, in his 2026 Sam Spires Dragster dialed 337. We'll have a 0.44 second head start as these guys are only racing to the 330. Almost identical reaction times. An 18 to a 17. Kevin too quick, 335 on a 337. Tiffany 294.1 on a 293 for the win. Tiffany moves on. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Chuck Corrado out of Clinton, Indiana, 319 the dial. Tony Virgilio in the Strode Construction Lane out of Cloverdale, Indiana, 317 the dial. Chuck will have a 0.02 second head start. And looks like something happened to Chuck's car. Tony goes 324 on a 317. Not sure what happened there, but it is running and rolling down the track. So that's a good thing. Our next pair, Tom Welch out of Rochdale, Indiana, dialed 320 in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Strode Construction Lane, we have Sam Smith, dialed 301. Tom will have a 0.19 second head start. And Tom left too soon. Sam gets the win 302 on a 301, 435 on a 320 for the loss for Tom. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Jesse Fritz out of Greenup, Illinois, 311 the dial. Brian DeGond out of Newport, Illinois, in East Road Construction Lane, dialed 320. He will have a 0.09 second head start. And Jesse gets the win 335 with a 3 on a 311, 336 on a 320 for the loss for Brian. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Darren Douglas out of Greenfield, Indiana. In his 2019 Diamond, dialed 290. Strode Construction Lane, we have Bob, Honey Creek Pros, in the out of Terre Haute, 288 the dial. In his 2015 American Dragster, Darren will have a 0.02 second head start over Bob. And we're in. Double breakout win for Bob Pros. 287.9 on a 288 with a 007 reaction time. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Brad Miles out of Terre Haute, Indiana. 287 the dial. Chris Miller, Strode Construction Lane out of Chrisman, Illinois. 356 the dial. He will have a 0.69 second head start. And we're in. And Brad gets the win, 287.5 on a 287. Chris, 357 on a 356 for the loss. Megan Miller out of Caitlin, Illinois. 289 to dial. Ryan Wallace out of Edinburgh, Indiana, in the Strode Construction Lane. 295 to dial. 0.06 head start for the right lane. And Megan goes 006 red. So Ryan gets the win, 005 green, 295.8 on a 295 at 117 for the win. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Larry Mays II out of Greenwood, Indiana, 283 the dial. Ron Smith in the Strode Construction Lane, 314 the dial. He will have a 0.31 second head start. We're cleaning green, and Ron had a bunch in the bank. 314 with a 2 on a 314 for the win. 283.8 on a 283 for the loss. A 110 light to an 026 light was the difference. And that is all of the dragsters for the dragster side of the Dragster versus the World. The whatever you brung sides coming up next. As soon as we run our report.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Dragstermania! In Wabash Valley! Drag Woo!
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Kevin Scammyhorn. Kevin Scammyhorn, you know what to do, dude. You have the potential buy. You have the potential buy in round one, and we need you to the lanes. Pro cars, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Pro cars, lanes 1 and 2. Kevin Scammyhorn, you are the buy. You are the potential buy if there is one. Next pair in our Dragsters versus the World. Kurt Taylor in the Honeycurt Collision Lane, dial 376 in his Camaro. And Shane Diamond on the Pro Charged Harley Davidson in the Strode Construction Lane. And Shane moves on. 508 on a 499 at 71 mile an hour. Kurt, 379 on a 376, but he was 110 red. Brett Modulin, Center Point, Indiana, 454 the dial in his S10 on the Honeycurt Collision side. Strode Construction side, we have Scott Henderson out of Terre Haute, 403 the dial in his Camaro. A double red light start. Scott gets the win, 403.2 on a 403, 454.7 on a 454. My goodness, was that a super, super close race. Joey Moore in the Honeycurt Collision Lane, 380 the dial, up against JC Gummery out of Terre Haute, 399 the dial. Trans Am against the Camaro. And Joey gets to win 384 on a 380, 403 on a 399 for the loss for JC. Cody Allenball, 401 the dial in the Honeycurt Collision Lane. Robbie Bruce in the Strode Construction Lane, 405 the dial. He'll get a 0.04 second head start. Cody usually carries the front end quite a bit. And he did it again. And Cody gets the win. 410 at 74 mile an hour on a 401. 443 on a 405 for the loss for Robbie. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Eric Rowdy Piper. Jocelyn, 429 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, we have Gage of Britain, 397 the dial. Bill McCarty, 572 the dial. Adam Ultimate Warrior Price, 396 the dial. Bill will have a 1.76 second head start over the Ultimate Warrior. Oh, Bill's got a bunch in the bank. A 003 on the tree, 574 on the 572. Adam 080 on the tree, 399 on a 396 for the loss. Bill moves on. Josh Pickett in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 388 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, we have Dustin Brenton, 399 the dial. He'll get a 0.11 second head start. A nice wheels up start there from both those guys. And Josh is too quick, 387.8 on a 388. Dustin, 399.7 on a 399. Nice run for Dustin. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Nathan Jones, Wheatland, Indiana, 4 flat the dial. Strode Construction Lane, we have Nathan Pros out of Terre Haute in the 2020 in the Camaro, 317 the dial. Sponsored by VP Race Fuels. Nathan will have a 0.83 second head start. Oh, too quick for Nathan. 316.5 on a 317. And Nathan Jones, 4 flat with a 6 on a 4 flat dial. Runs Nathan Pros out the back and breaks him out. Honey Creek Collision Lane, Josh Pickett, 359 to dial. Strode Construction Lane, George Youngblood, 417 to dial. George will have a 0.58 second head start. And George, 11 red. Josh Pickett, triple zip, 361.1 on a 359 for the win. 418.6 on a 417 for the loss. Kelly Dom, Dietrich, Indiana, Honey Creek Collision Lane, 4 flat the dial in her Dakota pick 'em up. Strode Construction Lane, we have Matt Harney out of Clinton, Indiana, 402 the dial in his 2003 Ford Cobra. He'll get a 0.02 second head start. And Kelly gets the win. 003, 408 on a 4 flat, 405 on a 402 for the loss for Matt. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Lee Davis out of Terre Haute, 413 to dial. Strode Construction Lane, we have Corey Britton out of Rosedale, Indiana, in his fox-bodied Mustang, 379 to dial. Honey Creek Lane will have a 0.34 second head start. Nice big wheels up start there for Corey. And he gets the win. The 380 with a 5 on a 379, 003 on the tree. He takes 5 on the top. Lee, not good enough. And Caden Bushy takes the bye to the next round. The 343 is dial. And he goes 343 at 98 mile an hour. And that is round 1 of Dragsters versus the World. We have P-Row cars coming up next. And Cody Allenball. Cody Allenball has the bounty on him for Pro Class this weekend.
Let's get ready to rumble!
And here is first round eliminations in Pro Class. We have Chad Eaton in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, dialed 733. Strode Construction Lane, we had Don Fry Jr. out of Lyons, Indiana, in the 71 Nova, dialed 701. Chad will have a 0.32 second head start. And something went wrong for Chad. 706 for Don, but that did not look good. Chad's car immediately dropped the back down when he launched. He is rolling. Motor was running, so hopefully it's not too bad. But he lost that round. And we have Stone Cold Austin Tool, Mr. Championship, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, dialed 589. Strode Construction Lane, we have Curtis Gibson, 720 the dial. He'll have a 1.31 second head start over Stone Cold Austin Tool. And Austin will get the win as Curtis goes 020 red, 588 on a 589, 720 with an 8 on a 720 for Curtis. He was right on the number, but he was red. So Stone Cold Austin Tool moves on. Sean Feast in the Chevy Nova, 650 the dial in the Honey Creek Lane. Strode Lanes, Cody Frederick, 597 the dial. Sean will have a half second head start. Man, a 003 red for Sean. Cody moves on, 606 on a 597 for the win for Cody. The next pair, Jason Wisham out of Plainfield, Indiana. 73 Dodge Challenger, 798 the dial. Leanne Phillips in the Strode Construction Lane out of Bruceville, Indiana, 701 the dial. Jason will have a 0.97 second head start, almost a full second. And we're in. And we're clean and green. Leanne's got a bunch in the bank. And she breaks him out. 703 on a 701 for Leanne for the win. 796.6 on a 798 for the loss for Jason. Jay Eversole in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Sponsored by Jay Service Center, Grizzly Inc., and PJ Trekking. 635 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, we have James Gibbs out of Mooresville, Indiana. 663 the dial. Sponsored by Thunder Lips and JR Oil, Raymond Truck and Auto. He'll have a 0.28 second head start over Jay. And we're clean and green. James had a little in the bank, and he uses it 666 at 101 for the win. 639 on a 635 for the loss for Jay. Alan Tackett out of Martinsville, Indiana, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 650 the dial. And we have Macho Man Mike Toole in the Strode Construction Lane, 588 the dial. Allen will have a 0.62 second head start over Macho Man. And Allen goes red. Mike is 002, 589 1 on a 588 for the win for Mike. 565 on a 550 for the loss for Allen. Steve Zuner in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Imperial, Missouri, 2001 Dodge Dakota. Strode Construction Lane, we have Joe Tillman of Brownsburg, Indiana, in his Tesla. 817 to dial, and Tillman is 002 red. 818 on an 817 for the loss. 748.5 on a 751 for the win for Steve. Hiding Creek Collision Lanes. We have Russ Hines out of Albuquerque, New Mexico, and a Firebird 679 to dial. Chris Skywalker 733 the dial, and Chris gets a win 733 with a 6 on a 733, 677 8 on a 679 for the loss for Russ. Skywalker moves on. Adam Phillips, Honey Creek Collision Lane, 618 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, we have Midnight Bill McCarty, 795 the dial. In his Jeep Liberty, he'll have a 1.77 second head start. That is strange. Bill McCarty goes 025 red. Adam Phillips gets the win 619-2 on a 618 for the win for Adam. They had identical reaction times, 025. One was green, one was red. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need a Super Pro. D. Rickett, car 3503. 3503 D. Rickett. You have the potential buy if there is one. You have the potential. If there is one, we need Super Pro. Super Pro to the lanes as Tim Flynn gets the win there. 649-1 on a 647, 630 on a 620 for the loss for the Ultimate Warrior price. Once again, Super Pro, we need you to the lanes. And car number 3503D, Rickett, you will have the buy if there is one. But we need Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. It's your turn on the mat today. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Jeff Vaughn, dialed 744 in the Fox Body Mustang. Strode Construction Lane, we have Dan Gary, 606 the dial. Vaughn will have a 1.38 second head start. And Vaughn moves on as Dan couldn't wait. 047 red. 745 on a 744 for the win for Vaughn. 606-1 on a 606 for the loss. PJ Davenport, 735 the dial, out of Terre Haute, Indiana, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. He's dialed 735. Adam Hawk Hogan Graham In the Strode construction lane, dialed 605. PJ will have a 1.30 second head start over Hulkamania Fox Body there. Oh, double red light start. And Adam gets the win. 605 with an 8 on a 605. 733 on a 735 for the loss. 033 red to an 027 red. Man, PJ had just had 2 perfect lights back to back. And then he goes red. Okay, here is your bounty. Bounty alert, bounty alert. Cody Allen Ball. Cody Allen Ball. It's on you, buddy. Strode construction lane dialed 626. Joe Robertson, Honey Creek collision lane dialed 630. He'll have a 0.04 second head start over the bounty holder, Cody Allen Ball. Oh, and Cody gives the bounty away. 630 with a 5 on a 630 for Joe. 628 1 on a 628 for the loss for Cody. He's 012 red. So Joe Robertson will have the bounty next race. Joe Robertson gets the bounty for next race. Cody Allen Ball, sorry, buddy. The bounty's off of you now. Mike Smith, 683 the dial in the Honey Creek collision lane. Joey Moore, Road construction lane, 601 the dial. A little jazzing on the top end, and Joey gets the win. 605 on a 601, 686.2 on a 683 for the loss for Mike Smith. We have Eric Rowdy Piper Joslin in the Honey Creek lane gets the win over J.C. Gummery in the Strode construction lane. 631 with an O on a 626 for the loss. 676 with a 2 on a 673 for the win for Rowdy Piper Joslin. Honey Creek collision lane, we have Kevin Scammyhorn out of Farmersburg, Indiana, 718 the dial. Josh Pickett in the Strode construction lane, 613 to dial. Kevin will have a 1.05 second head start. And he goes red, 019. Josh had a 001 light, 611 on a 613 for the win, 719 with a 7 on a 718 for the loss for Kevin. And I believe that concludes round number 1 for Pro Cars. Super Pro coming at you. Facebook. If you're following us on Facebook, you will have to refresh the feed because Facebook has a time limit. So we have to refresh our feed and start streaming again. So if you are watching on Facebook, you'll have to click out and then click back in to the new stream. It'll be on our page. It'll be right back. Just as soon as we stop, we'll start it right back up. So just click out and click back in, and you'll be back. YouTube, I believe we're good. So it's just Facebook. So we'll do that as we're going between classes. Our first pair of Super Pro round number one. Nathan Jones out of Wheatland, Indiana, dialed 627. Midnight Bill McCarty in the Strode Construction Lane, 795 the dial. He'll have a 1.68 second head start as we continue to try to fix the feed for Facebook. It is showing to be difficult here for just a moment. We all know how fun Facebook can be with their silly little things. So we are working on getting that back up. There we go. We are back. So if you were listening, if you refresh and get back on the Wabash Valley page, you will see and Bill has some in the bank. 798.8 on a 795 for the loss. 628.6 on a 627 for the win for Nathan. Bill goes down. Honey Creek Collision Lane, Kurt Taylor out of Paris, Illinois, 74 Camaro, 584 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, Tommy Smith out of Carbon, Indiana, 71 Chevy Nova, 596 the dial. A 0.12 second head start for Tommy. A 592.4 on a 584 for the win for Kurt. A 598.5 on a 596 for the loss for Tommy. Sean Feast in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 651 to dial. Scott Henderson in the Strode Construction Lane, 628 to dial. Sean will have a 0.23 second head start. Nice wheels up start for Sean. Scott 007 on the tree, 634 on a 628 for the win. 655 on a 651, 105 reaction time for the loss for Sean. Caden Bushy in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 534 the dial. Travis East in East Road Construction Lane, 676 the dial. 1.42 second head start for Travis in the Mustang. And Travis gets the win, 678 on a 676. 531.6 on a 531. Too fast for Caden. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. If you are not 16 years old or older, you do not need to be operating a vehicle in the pits. A motorbike or any of those things. You need to be 16 years old or older, according to our insurance regulations. We do not need you operating vehicles if you are under the age of 16, please. And also, if you are able to operate, please obey the speed limit. There's a lot of expensive cars moving around. There's a lot of people walking around. So let's obey the speed limit of less than 10 mile an hour in the pits. That way, everyone goes home safe and no one doesn't. So please, if you'd abide by that, that would be great. We appreciate it. Stone Cold Austin Tool in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 589 to dial, up against the Bob Wright in the Dodge Omni in the Strode Construction Lane, 639 to dial. Bob will have a half-second head start. Look at Jose hanging out in the grandstands. Jose, what are you doing, man? You're supposed to be on the starting line. You think it's break time or something, bud? We're in the middle of racing, man. What are you doing in the stands? He ain't even paying attention. He's like, I ain't listening to you. I'm on break. 006 for Bob, and it's not good enough. 641.4 on a 639 for the loss. 589.6 on a 589 for the win for Stone Cold Mr. Champion Austin Tool. He goes on. Bob does not. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Kelly Dahm out of Dietrich, Illinois, 627 dial in her Dakota. Strode Construction Lane, we have Steve Britton, the patriarch of the Britton race team out of Rosedale, Indiana, in his Camaro, 614 to dial. And Kelly gets the win, 627.6 on a 627 for the win, 615 on a 614 for the loss for Steve. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Amber Rogers out of Terre Haute, Indiana, 665 the dial. Dustin Britton, Strode Construction Lane, 624 the dial. Amber will have a 0.41 second head start. A little staging duel going on there, maybe. And Dustin goes triple zip off the tree, 627 on a 624. A little jazzing on the top end for Dustin. 668 on a 665 for the loss for Amber. Dustin triple zip on the tree. Dave Rogers in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 678 to dial. Ron Smith in the Strode Construction Lane, dialed 488. Dave will have a 1.9 second head start in the Honey Creek Lane. Almost 2 seconds. And Dave gives that one to Ron. 006 red, 679 on a 678 for the loss. 489.8 on a 488 for the win for Ron. Jason English in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Metcalf, Illinois. 670 the dial in his 69 Dodge Dart. Denny Ziegler in the Strode Construction Lane in his 65 Ford Mustang, 682 the dial. He will have a .12 second head start. A little Ford versus Mopar action. Or as those Ford guys would say, a little Ford versus no car action. A little Jazz on the top, I heard. 687.5 on a 682 for the win for Denny. 677.1 on a 670 for the loss for the Honey Creek Lane. Mr. Willenberg in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Teutopolis, Illinois. 569 to dial. We were informed that Dad is driving that, not Eric today. Sam Smith in the Strode Construction Lane, 570 to the dial. He'll have a .01 second head start. So basically a heads up race here. Sam's got a little in the bank. Does he use it? Yes, he does. 575 on a 570 for the win for Sam. 574.8 on a 569 for the loss for Willenberg. Kyle Willenberg, Effingham, Illinois, in the Honey Creek Collision Lane in the 71 Dodge Demon, 635 the dial. Dave Undertaker Monday out of Cloverdale, Indiana, in the 67 Dodge Dart, 602 the dial. Kyle will have a .33 second head start. In the Battle of the Mopars. Kyle's got a little in the bank. Can he use it? 639.3 on a 635 for the win. 604.8 on a 602 for the loss for the Undertaker, Dave Monday. Tony Virgilio Jr. in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, dialed 749.
You see that? What was that? This guy was doing the burnout. The fucking camera right in front of him. Like across the lane.
I thought I seen a car go across. I was looking at
Holy shit. And that's all on camera right now.
Tony Virgilio in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. I'm not for sure if that's Tony Virgilio Jr. or if that's Mr. Lathrop. But anyway, it's the Nova, dialed 749 in the Honey Creek Lane. And Strode Construction Lane, we have Chuck Jackley, 576 to dial. Virgilio has a 1.73 second head start. And he goes 003 red. Chuck will move on 582 on a 576 for the win. 751 on a 749 for the loss for Virgilio. 003 red. A little announcement here. If you guys are crossing across the track to go back to the south side, please be cautious when you're crossing across the track. We just had somebody go across while someone was doing a burnout. Um, that is probably not a safe thing to do. So if you could please be careful, uh, get attention, try to get attention of one of our track workers to guide you across if you can, please, or make sure that no one's getting ready to do a burnout. A lot of times they move forward doing those burnouts, and that could be very unsafe. So please keep your eyes open for that as Nick Wallace and Jacob Youngblood battle it out here. 6098 on a 607 for the win for Nick. Jacob 653 on a 652 for the loss. Next up, we have the Battle of the Green Dragsters. Clayton McGinnis out of Terre Haute, 630 to dial in the Honey Creek collision lane. Tony Virgilio in the Strode construction lane, 493 the dial. Clayton will have a 1.37 second head start, but I've got money on the Green Dragster winning. What do you think, Chris? Green Dragster wins, goes to the next round. Double 04 for Vigilio. 469, 496.9 on a 493 for the win. 644.7 on a 630 for the loss for Clayton. Next pair, Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Corey Brenton out of Rosedale. 595 the dial in the Fox Body Chevy powered Mustang. Strode Construction Lane, we have Jason Long out of Clayton, Indiana. 72 Dodge Dart. 623 to dial. He'll have a .28 second head start over Corey. Nice wheels up start there for Corey as he gets a win. 11 light to a 006 red. 625 on a 623 for the loss. 594.5 on a 595 for the win for Corey. Next pair of dragsters. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Chuck Corrado out of Clinton, Indiana. 497 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, we have Kevin Byers out of Bloomfield, Indiana. 525 the dial. Kevin will have a .28 second head start over Chuck. Kevin is 003 on the tree. 527.6 on a 525 for the win. 499 on a 497 for the loss for Chuck. Max Scott, Honey Creek Collision Lane in his 67 Nova, 615 to dial. Strode Construction Lane, we have Jesse Fritz out of Greenup, Illinois. 484 the dial. 1.31 second head start for the Honey Creek Collision Lane. And Jesse's 003 on the tree, 486 on a 484 as he gave a little jazz on the top. 617 on a 615 for the loss for Max. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Wyatt Scales out of Toledo, Illinois, in his Vega, 663 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, we have Bob Honey Creek Pros out of Terre Haute, 558 the dial in his Rambler wagon, sponsored by Honey Creek Collision and G&B Machine Shop. Go where the pros go for your auto body repair. Wyatt has a 1.05 second head start over Bob. Bob is 009 red, 558.9 on a 558, but he's red. 665.7 on a 666 for the win for Wyatt. Cody Frederick, Strode Construction Lane, 597 the dial. Keegan Meyer in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 753 the dial. She'll have a 1.56 second head start. And attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Harold Travioli. Harold Travioli. You know what to do, buddy. As Megan goes 008 on the tree. 753.5 on a 753. Cody is 016 red, 599 on a 597 for the loss. Harold Travioli. Harold Travioli, you are the potential buy if there is one. You are the potential buy if there is one for Sportsman. And I need all Sportsman racers to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, lanes 1 and 2. Harold Travioli, you know what to do. You have the potential buy if there is one. And also, as Cody Allenball and Matt Harney run, Cody gets the win, 635 for him. Attention in the pits. Colette Zod, you have the potential buy for juniors if there is one. You have the potential buy, and we need juniors to lanes 7 and 8. Juniors 7 and 8. Sportsman lanes 1 and 2. Harold Travioli, you are the potential buy for Sportsman. Juniors, Colette Zod, you have the potential buy if there is one, and we need juniors lanes 7 and 8. As Chris Miller and Gage Brenton go at it, 014 to an 012. And Chris is too fast. 625.9 on a 624 for the win for Gage. 550 with a 7 on a 554 for the loss. Joey Moore in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, dialed a 596. And Strode Construction Lane is Dragster out of Illinois. They are new here. They've been running at Charleston over at Coles County. They decided to come over and check us out. I talked to them earlier. They really enjoyed the place. Glad they came over, so we're glad they're here. They are up against a tough competitor with Joey Moore in the other lane. And Unusually, Joey went red 596.6 for Joey, 547.9 for the Strode construction lane. And the win for the group from Charleston. It looks like Cody Allenball and Joe Robertson there. Cody gets the win, 615 at 106 and 613 at 111 for the loss. And it's Rowdy Piper. Eric Joslin in the house, man. What's going on?
I don't know, man.
You doing any good today? One round? 1-1, lost one. Hey, that's not bad. 50%.
Yeah, 50-50.
50-50. Ain't nothing wrong. Ain't nothing wrong being 50-50.
We'll probably be 0 for 3 by next round.
0 for 3. There you go. There you go. There you go. That's it, man. Hey, you win some, you lose some. That's
You win some, you lose a lot.
Yeah. That's why they call it a drag.
Yeah.
And we have Adam Ultimate Warrior Price on the line. And not sure who he is against in the Honey Creek Lane. Pair of Mopars up there. Unfortunately, there's only one that has a Mopar power plant. The other one has an LS in it. Oh, ow. We got the tough guy up here, Rowdy Piper, trying to stir the pot. And the Honey Creek Lane got that round. As I do believe that finished up for Super Pro. Or no, that was Daisy Pickett in the Honey Creek Lane. 611 the dial. $6.15 on a 611 for Daisy.
Let's get ready to rumble!
And our first pair for round one eliminations in Sportsman coming around the corner. Curtis Graham in the 88 GMC pickup. 748 the dial. Brandy Eaton in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. 785 the dial. She will have a .37 second head start. Good deal. And Brandy's got a little in the bank. She got it. 791.3 on a 785 for the win. 758 on a 748 for the loss for Curtis. Michael Cruz in Honey Creek Lane and Jared Hines in the Strode Lane. And Michael Cruzing gets the win. 969.4 on a 946. 1004 on a 961 for the loss for Jared. Next pair, Honey Creek Collision Lane. Jeff Vaughn, 744 the dial in his Fox body. Strode Construction Lane, we have Jake Howard out of Potomac, Illinois, in the 67 Camaro. 1050 the dial. He'll have a 3.06 second head start. And Jake went 005 red, 1056 on a 1050. 742 on a 744 for the win for Jeff. Chad Eaton in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 735 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, Mike Montgomery, 751 the dial. 0.16 second head start. Jose back out on the starting line, making sure everything's clean and green and sticky for everybody. as Chad Cheat Neaton comes up and gets in the beams with his Monte Carlo up against Mike Montgomery in the Camaro. Chad or Mike will have a 0.16 second head start over Chad. Well, it looks like Chad f- figured out whatever was wrong with his car last round. 751 on a 735. It looked like Montgomery had a little problem taking off. 1134 on his dial. Junior dragsters, we need you to the lanes. Junior dragsters, if you are not in the lanes, you are late. We have 3 missing. 3 missing juniors. If you are not in the lanes, you are late. We're going to run without you. PJ Davenport in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 735 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, we have Jeff Montgomery, 773 the dial. And it looks like they've held him up to look at the track. Jose and his team out there putting the work in for you guys today. And it must be good. Jose said, fire him up. Smoke him. We need to get rolling. And we're clean and green. PJ had a little in the bank and he used it 737 with a 6 on a 735 for the win, 774 8 on a 773 for the loss for Montgomery. Next up, Bounty. Bounty in the house. Honey Creek Collision, we have Terry Hoffman, Monrovia, Indiana, 1070 to dial in the Suburban. Our bounty holder for Sportsman, Joe Tillman, out of Brownsburg, Indiana, in the Strode Construction Lane in the Tesla. And who gets it? Who gets it? Who gets it? Oh, and looky there. The Suburban broke him out, ran him out the back door, took out the bounty. Terry Hoffman gets the bounty and the win. 1072.9 on the 1070. 816 on an 818 for the loss for Joe Tillman. So Terry Hoffman carries the bounty to the next points race for Sportsman. Next pair, Amiro Torres out of Brownsville, Texas, 750 the dial. Chris Skywalker in the Strode Construction Lane, 735 the dial. Amiro will have a 0.15 second head start. And Chris Skywalker gets the win, 738 on a 735, 872 on a 750 for Morrow. Jody Smith in Honey Creek Collision Lane, 826 to dial in the Chevelle. Midnight Bill McCarty in the Strode Construction Lane, 795 the dial in the Jeep Liberty, sponsored by VP Race Fuels Midwest. And it looks like Daner has called it a day. He's pulling out at 840 on an 828 for the loss, 796 on a 795 for the win for McCarthy. So it looks like Daner Maurer is leaving the premises. Can't blame him. He's got to preach in Ohio tomorrow. So Steve Zuner out of Imperial, Missouri, 749 to dial in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Strode Construction Lane, Curtis Gibson out of Thorntown, Indiana, 735 the dial. And Steve gets the win, 752 on a 749, 736.5 on a 735 for the loss for Curtis. All right, guys. Thanks for checking us out, Steve Haney and Steve Tharp. Good seeing you guys online. Appreciate you checking us out. We're trying to figure this out, man. We're getting there. So we'll be up again tomorrow. So if you can't make it out, check us out online, Wabash Valley Dragway on Facebook and YouTube. Harold Travielli, 740 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, 775 the dial. A little jazzing on the top, 742.3 on a 740 for the win for Harold, 776.7 on a 775 for the loss for the Strode Construction Lane. So Harold carries his potential bye to the next round. Bounty alert. Bounty alert. Kylan Bruce in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 680 the dial. He has the bounty on him and his Hayabusa. Robbie Bruce out of in the Strode Construction Lane, 670 the dial on his Kawasaki. Kylan will have a 1/10 of a second head start. Oh. And Kylan goes way red and gives Robbie the bounty. So there goes the bounty. Robbie Bruce gets it, 678 on a 670. Jim Kennedy and Shane Diamond go at it as Shane gets a win 775 on a 765 for the win for Shane, 809 on a 795 for the loss for Kennedy. And Midnight Bill McCarty gets the bye to the next round in the motorcycle class. And he is in the Strode Construction Line, out 873. Well, that's a good time for Bill to roll that red eye when he's on a bye. 875 with a 9 on an 873 for Midnight Bill McCarty.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Our first pair for junior dragsters in the round one eliminations. Jackson Brown and Braxton Berg. And Jackson has a little in the bank. Kenny Cash, yes, he does. 896 on an 890 for the win. 892 on an 890 for the loss for Braxton. Honeycreek Collision Lane, we have Kylan Dar, Lagoda, Indiana, 1207 the dial. Blakely Willenberg, 1460 the dial. Blakely will have a 2.53 second head start. I'm not sure on what light Braxton cut there, Ricky. Sorry about that, Ricky. As Blakely goes red, gives the win to Kinley Dar. $12.25 at 50 mile an hour for the win. $14.79 at 39 for the loss for Blakely. Tucker Dom in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 834 the dial. Allie Winkler in the Strode Construction Lane, 790 the dial. Yes, Ricky, I do believe they have one buyback. One buyback for first round for all classes today, except the Dragster shootout, I believe. Tucker Dom, 003 red for the loss. Remy Brown in Honey Creek Collision Lane, Greenwood, Indiana, 791 the dial. Lexi Mays, 920 the dial in East Road Construction Lane. Lexi will have a 1.29 second head start. And attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need dragsters only. Dragsters only for the Dragster versus the World. If you are a dragster and entered in Dragster versus the World, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Ron Smith, you carried the bye from last round, so you know what to do. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Dragsters only for the Dragster versus the World. We need you lanes 1 and 2 as Remy gets the win. Colette Zod, the runner-up from last night, 793 to dial. Strode Construction Lane, Marsha Long, 793 to dial.
Yes, Mike, I called.
This will be a heads-up race for these two. Double 01 for Colette. 796.4 on a 793 for the win. 795.9 on a 793 for the loss for Marissa Colette. Moving on. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Bailey Busenbark. 1394 the dial. Aspen Dom in the Strode Construction Lane, 894 the dial. Bailey will have a 5-second head start. Once again, we need dragsters only. Dragsters only, lanes 1 and 2 for dragsters versus the world shootout. We need dragsters only to lanes 1 and 2. Ron Smith, you are the potential buy. Ron Smith, you are the potential buy. We need dragsters to lanes 1 and 2, please. Bailey's got a little in the bank. Can she hold on? She does. 1401 on a 1394 for the win. 902 on an 894 for the loss for Aspen. Tanner Zod, Whiteheath, Illinois, 893 to dial in the Honey Creek Lane. The Strode Construction Lane, Wyatt Scales out of Toledo, Illinois, 794 to dial. Ooh, 004 to a 005. Who can run the number? Jaslyn at the top. 8 flat on a 794 for the loss. 897.7 on an 893 for the win for Tanner. Aiden Lawson in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 790 the dial. Max Winkler in the Strode Construction Lane, 891 the dial. I can answer him on the mic, but it's a little harder to type it out. So we can answer questions. When you ask them on the feed, you just may not always get a written response. As Max Winkler goes red and gives Aiden the win, 8 flat on a 790, 893 on an 891 for the loss for Max. And here's the bounty alert. Bounty alert. Tucker Zod, the winner from last night. 790 the dial, up against Max Scott in the Strode Construction Lane, 792 the dial. 2 thou difference leaving the line. Max will have a head start. Can he take out the bounty? And we're in, and we're green. And Tucker gave up the bounty. 008 red. Matt Scott 030 to the green. 794 on a 792 for the win. 794.5 on a 790 for the loss for Tucker. So Max Scott is your new bounty for the next points race for juniors. Elena McWhorter in the Honey Creek Lane, dialed 1195. Cohen Willenberg in the Strode Construction Lane, dialed 1399. A 2.04 second head start for Cohen. And we're clean and green. Elena's got a little in the bank. And she cashes 12 flat on 1195 for the win. 1399.8 on a 1399 for the loss for Cohen. 278 to a 028, I believe. Kel Poe in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 891 the dial. Cruz Lee over in the Strode Construction Lane, 794 the dial. A 001 for Kel, but he's too quick. 889.9 on 891. Hallie Rogers in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 1213 to dial. Weston Tool in the Strode Construction Lane, 1390 the dial. Who have a 1.77 second head start. And we need dragsters versus the world door cars or motorcycles to the lanes, please. We need dragsters versus the world door cars and bikes to the lanes, please, for Second round, Joe Pickett. Joe Pickett, you are the potential buy if there is one for door cars. We need 12:22 on a 12:13 for the win for Hallie. 14:01 on a 13:90 for the loss for Weston. Once again, we need door cars and bikes for Dragsters versus the World. We need you to the lanes. Joe Pickett, you are the potential buy if there is one. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Buybacks. Buybacks will be closing in 5 minutes. 5 minute call on buybacks. They will be closing in 5 minutes.
Let's get ready to rumble!
And here we go. Round number 2. Dragsters versus the world. Brad Miles in the Honey Creek Lane, dialed 287. Sam Smith in the Strode Construction Lane, dialed 301. And we're in the beams. And we're off. And Sam Smith takes the win, 303 on a 301, 291 on the 287 for the loss for Brad. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Tiffany Busenbark. Strode Construction Lane, Bob Honey Creek Pro, 288 to dial. And we're in. Scott and Tiffany takes Bob Pros out, 296.6 on a 293, 289 on a 288 for the loss for Bob. Scott Rutherford, yes, we are racing Sunday. Gates open 8 a.m. We start with a church service and should be on track at 10 a.m. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Ryan Wallace, 295 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, we have Tony Virgilio, 317 the dial. And Virgilio gets the win 318 on a 317, 296 on the loss. Jesse Fritz and Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Greenup, Illinois, 309 to dial. Strode Construction Lane, Ron Smith, 314 to dial. Ron will have a 0.05 second head start. And Ron gets to win 314.4 on a 314 with an 05 light for a 9-pack, 311 on a 309 for the loss. And I believe that concludes round number 2 of the Dragster side of Dragsters versus the World. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need pro cars. Pro cars. We need you to lanes 1 and 2. Pro cars to the lanes. Josh Pickett, you are the buy if there is one. You are the buy if there is one. Pro cars to the lanes. Jake, I do believe there is some parking on the big end. If not, they are allowing you to park on the south side. But I do believe there is a couple spots left down at the big end. We have had a couple pull out earlier, so there is room for you, buddy. Bring the OS 10 on down. As Cody gets the old wheels up, 008 to a 001, 4055 to a 4090. Cody goes on. Nathan Jones in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 4 flat the dial. Shane Diamond, 499 to dial. 403, 3 on a 4 flat for the win. 5 flat with a 9 on a 499 for the loss for Shane. Bringing the Dragster, S10s in pieces. All right, Jake. Bring the old Dragster down, buddy. We'll let you come play. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Kelly Dom, 4 flat to dial. Bill McCarty in the Strode Construction Lane, 572 the dial. Bill will have a 1.72 second head start. And Kelly's got a bunch in the bank, and she uses it. 4026 on a 4 flat for the win. 574 with a 9 on a 572 for the loss for Bill. Honey Creek Collision Lane, Joey Moore, dialed 381. Strode Construction Lane, Dustin Brenton, 399 to dial. 0.18 second head start for Dustin. Nice wheels up start for both of them. Dustin gets a win, 399.6 on a 399, 381.6 on a 381 for the loss for Joey. Wow, that was a tight race. Caden Bushy, 343 to dial in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Strode Construction Lane, we have Gage Brenton, 399 to dial. And Gage goes too quick. 398.9 on a 399, 343.2 on a 343 for the win. Joe Pickett, 360 the dial in the Honey Creek Lane. Corey Britton, 380 the dial in the Strode Construction Lane. Corey gets the win, 380 with an 8 on a 380, 359.6 on a 360 for the loss for Joe Pickett. Corey moves on. And that is all for your Dragsters versus the world. Pro cars. Pro cars, you should be in the lanes. Pro cars should be in the lanes. If you're not in the lanes, you are late. Pro cars. Buybacks are closed. Buybacks are now closed. You can no longer buy back in.
Let's get ready to rumble!
And second round for Pro. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Cheatin' Chad Eaton out of Paris, Illinois. 733. Don Fry in the Strode Construction Lane, 701 the dial. And last call for Pro Cars. Last call, Pro Cars. If you are not in the lanes, you are late. We're sending them without you. We're missing 2. If you're not in the lanes, we're going to send them without you. And Chad gets it 737 with a 3 on a 733. 702 on a 701 for the loss for Don. Honey Creek Collision Lane, J.C. Gummery, 626 to dial. Strode Construction Lane, Cody Frederick, 595 to dial. Identical reaction times, 005. 1 green, 1 red. Cody Frederick gets the win, 609. And J.C. Gummery does not move on. Stone Cold Austin Tool in the Honey Creek Lane, 588 the dial. Leanne Phillips in the Strode Construction Lane, 702 the dial. Stone Cold Championship Austin. Champion of everything. Son of a champion. 590 with the 1 on the 588 for the win for Stone Cold. 703 8 on a 702 for the loss for Leanne. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Adam Hawk Hogan Graham in the Dragstermania fox-bodied painted up Mustang up against Macho Man Mike Toole. 589 at on the Strode Lane. The Hawkster will get a 1.6 second head start. Mike, big old wheel stand there, and he gets the win as the Hawkster goes 020 red, 588.9 on a 589, 6056 on a 605, but he's 020 red. Chris Skywalker, 735 the dial in Honey Creek Lane. Strode Construction Lane, we have Midnight Bill McCarty, the man that'll race anything with a motor. 795 the dial in his Jeep Liberty. Bill's got a little in the bank, 050 to an 030. Double breakout win for Midnight Bill, 794.1 on a 795, 733.4 on a 735 for the loss for Chris. And Joe Robertson he gets the win, 631 on a 630, 767 on a 680 for the loss for Mike. A 002 red to a 001 red. Adam Phillips in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 619 to dial. Kevin Scammyhorn, 720 the dial in East Road Construction Lane. $621 on a 619 for the win for Adam. 723 on a 720 for the loss for Kevin. And Joe Tillman goes 005 red. Jeff Vaughn will get the win, 741.6 or 741.3 on a 742, 816.5 on an 817 for the loss for the Tesla. Steve Zuner in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 750 thou. Eric Rowdy Piper in the Strode Construction Lane, 674 the dial. Almost identical reaction times. And Steve gets the win, 752 on a 750 for the win, 677 on a 674 for the loss for Eric. Cody Allenball, Honey Creek Collision Lane, 628 the dial, up against Curtis Gibson in the Strode Lane, 720 the dial. And Cody gets the win there. Super Pro needs you lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Dustin Brenton, you are the potential buy if there is one. Dustin Brenton, you are the potential buy if there is one. Super Pro. Super Pro, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. As James Gibbs, 664 in the Honey Creek lane, and Sean Feast, 651 the dial in the Strode construction lane. As Sean goes 008 red, James gets a win 665 on a 664, 652 on a 651 for the loss.
Who's that?
Jay Evers, all 639 to dial in the Honey Creek lane. Russ Hines, 676 to dial in the Strode lane. And Jay gets a win 640 on a 639, 681 on a 676 for the loss for Russ. Joey Moore in the Honey Creek collision lane, 602 the dial. Tim Flynn, 647 the dial in the Strode construction lane. And Joey gets the win 010 to an 035 red, 597 on a 602, 648 on a 647 for the loss for Tim. And Josh Pickett uses his buy run into the next round. 611 the dial in the Honey Creek collision lane. And he goes 611 with a 5 on a 611. Super Pro coming around the corner at you as they finish up a little touch up on the starting line. Joey Robertson, Honeycreek Collision Lane, dialed 607 in his Ford Maverick. Steve Brenton in the Strode Construction Lane, dialed 614. Double 03 to an 020. But Joey can't get it done. 616 on a 614 for the win for Steve. 613 on a 607 for the loss for Robertson. Daisy Pickett in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 611 the dial. Strode Construction Lane dialed at 605. Strode Lane goes red. Daisy gets the win. 615 on a 611, 6055 on a 605, but he's 045 red. Joe Pickett in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 561 to dial. Strode Construction Lane, Tommy Smith, 598 to dial. Double 02 to an 025. Tommy gets it done. 6 flat with a 3 on a 598 dial. 563 on a 561 for the loss for Joe. Kurt Taylor, 584 the dial in the Honey Creek Lane. 677 the dial in the Strode Lane for Travis East. double red light start. And Kurt gets the win. 677 with an O on a 677, but he's 010 red. 581 1 on a 585 for the win. Honey Creek Collision Lane, Nathan Jones, 625 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, Dave the Undertaker Monday, 602 the dial. Anybody know what kind of car that is in the Honey Creek Collision Lane right now? If you do, let us know in the comments. Me and Chris have been going back and forth all evening trying to figure out what that is. And neither one of us have walked down to the pits to ask Nathan. So if you know, let us know. And The Undertaker takes the win. 6058 on a 602. Triple zip off the tree. 632 on a 629 for the loss for Nathan. Honey Creek Collision Lane, Cody Allenball, 628 the dial. Scott Henderson in the Strode Construction Lane is 628 the dial. Heads up for these two. And Cody will get the win as something happened to Scott's car there on the line. 647 on a 628. Honey Creek Collision Lane is Jacob Youngblood, 653 to dial. Engage Brenton in the Strode Construction Lane, 624 to dial. Gage gets the win 624-6 on a 624. 651-8 on a 653 for the loss. Dan Gary in the Honey Creek Collision Lane out of Oak Forest, Illinois. 73 Duster, 606 to dial. Strode Construction Lane, Jesse Fritz out of Greenup, Illinois. 483 the dial. 017 to an 028 light. 488.6 on a 483 for the win for Jesse. 615 on a 606 for the loss for Dan. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Chuck Corrado, 498 the dial. Ron Smith, Strode Construction Lane, 488 the dial. And Ron gets a win. 494.1 on a 488, 503 on a 498 for the loss for Chuck. Caden Bushy in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 534 the dial. Sam Smith in the Strode Lane, 570 the dial. Double 04 to no 17, and Caden takes the win. 536.3 on a 534, 572.4 on a 570 for the loss for Sam. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Amber Rogers, 688 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, Denny Ziegler, 682 the dial. Oh 31 to an 034. Amber takes the win, 671.7 on a 668, 685.6 on a 682 for the loss. Margin of victory was .003. Megan Umbersaw, 596 the dial in the Honey Creek Lane. Brett Modglin, 716 the dial in the Strode Lane. .018 to an .048. Megan's too quick, 593 on a 596, 716.8 on a 716. Margin of victory was .008 for Brett. Honey Creek Collision Lane, Jason Long, 624 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, Sean Feast, 652 the dial. Nice wheels up start there. Triple zip for Sean, and he gets to win 654.5 on a 652, 625 with an O on a 624 for the loss for Jason. Sean goes triple zip on the tree though. Kelly Dom in the Honey Creek Lane, 627 the dial. Cody Frederick in the Strode Construction Lane, 595 the dial. And Kelly takes the win, 629.6 on a 627, 608 on a 595 for the loss for Cody. Kyle Willenberg, 637 the dial in the Honey Creek Lane, and Wyatt Scales in the Strode Construction Lane, 665 the dial. Oh 23 to an 019, 638.5 to 666.1 for the win for Wyatt. Sportsman, attention in the pits, Sportsman. Harold Travioli, you still have the bye possibility. If there is one, maybe possibly could be you. You know what to do. Everyone else in Sportsman, we need you to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman lanes 1 and 2. Howard or Harold Travioli, you have the bye if there is one. Need Sportsman to the lanes, please. Stone Cold Austin Tool in the Honey Creek Lane, 589 a dial. Jason English, 673 a dial in the Strode Lane. Ooh, Stone Cold goes 001 red. Gives that win to Jason, 673 1 on a 673 for the win, 588.5 on a 589 for the loss for Austin. Max Scott, Honey Creek Collision Lane, 618 the dial. Tony Virgilio in the Strode Construction Lane, 494 the dial.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Looks like a little staging duel going on here, maybe. Neither one of them want to go in first. It looks like we're going to sit here for a moment. And the dragster's in. Max is in. Identical reaction times. 0:15 for both of them. 6:19 with a 1 on a 6:18. 4:96 1 on a 4:94 for the loss for Tony. Max moves on. Honey Creek Lane, 594 the dial. In the dragster, Kevin Byers in the Strode Construction Lane. $595.3 on a 594 for the Honey Creek Lane. $526.9 on a 525 for the loss for the Strode Lane. Clayton McGinnis in the Honey Creek Lane, 564 the dial. Midnight Bill McCarty in the Strode Construction Lane, 797 the dial. Final call for Sportsman. Final call, Sportsman to the lanes. If you are not there, you are late. Bill McCarty, 005 on the tree, 817 on a 797 for the win, 599 on a 564 for the loss for the Honey Creek Lane. Chuck Jackley, 576 to dial in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Strode Construction Lane with Joey Moore out of Terre Haute, 597 the dial. And Joey Moore gets the win, 601 on a 597, 582 on a 576 for the loss for Chuck. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Tony Virgilio, 751 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, 545 the dial. And Virgilio gets the win, 751.3 on a 751, 544.7 on a 545. Too fast for the Strode Lane. Eric, yes, the Midnight Rider Bill McCarty. He'll go anywhere and he'll race anything. Dave Rogers Jr. in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. 679 to dial. Josh Pickett, Strode Construction Lane, 611 the dial. And that is our bounty, I believe. And Josh moves on. 611.9 on a 611 for the win. 679.2 on a 679 for the loss for Dave. Keegan Meyer, 753 to dial in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Adam, the Ultimate Warrior Price in East Road Construction Lane, 628 to dial. Double 06 to an 021, and something happened to the Ultimate Warrior. Keegan will get the win, 763.4 on a 756, 1154 on a 628 for the loss for Adam. Eric Willenberg, 570 to dial in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Strode Construction Lane, we have Nick Wallace, 607 to dial. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Oh, we need junior dragsters to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the lanes, please. And I believe Colette Zahn carried the bot. So we need junior dragsters to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the lanes as Dustin Britton takes his bye run to the next round. 624 the dial in the Strode Construction Lane. Oh, 13 on the tree, 626.1 on a 624 for Dustin. And that will conclude Super Pro for round two. And once again, juniors, you should be in the lanes. Junior dragsters should be in the lanes for your next round. And here comes Sportsman. Round number 2. Brandy Eaton in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 791 to dial. Strode Construction Lane, we have Zach, a Big Hat, Endicott, out of Crawfordsville, Indiana, 1053 to dial. 2.62 second head start. And Zach's got some in the bank. Can he run the number? And he does. He runs her out the back door. 1055 with the 7 on the 1053 for Zach. 787.2 on the 791 for the loss for Brandy. Honey Creek Collision Lane, PJ Davenport, 735 the dial. Joe Tillman, Strode Construction Lane, 817 the dial. Joe's got some in the bank there, and he uses it 828 on an 817 for the win, 744 on a 735 for the loss for PJ. Steve Zuner out of Imperial, Missouri, 751 the dial in his Dakota in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Strode Construction Lane, we have Jared Hines out of Greencastle in his Crown Vic, 961 the dial. And Steve will get to win 755 at 84 on a 751, 965 on a 961 for the loss for Jared. Curtis Gibson in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 735 the dial in the Duster. Michael Cruzen, 946 the dial in the Strode Construction Lane in the Dodge Dakota. A battle of the Mopars. And Michael will move on as Curtis goes red. 948.9 on a 946. 726 on a 735 for the loss for Curtis. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have a Jeff Vaughn, 740 the dial. Mike Gummery in the Strode Construction Lane, 751 the dial. Gummery goes red. Vaughn is 007. 742 with an O on a 740 for the win. 759 on a 751 for the loss for Mike. Terry Hoffman in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. 1070 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, Jeff Gummery, 773 the dial. And Hoffman goes way red. Gummery will get the win. 776 on a 773. 1078 on a 1070 for the loss for Terry. Jacob Hunt in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. 775 the dial in the Pontiac Firebird. Chad Eaton, Strode Construction Lane. 735 the dial in the Monte Carlo. And Chad 743 on a 735 for the win. 774 6 on a 775 for the loss for Jacob. Midnight Rider Bill McCartney in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. 797 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, we have a Chris Skywalker out of Paris, Illinois. 735 the dial. Uh, 005 for Bill. 075 for Chris. 733 on a 735. Too quick for Chris. 8022 on a 797 for the win for Midnight McCarty. Strode Construction Lane. Harold Travielli takes his bye to the next round. 740 the dial. $745 on a 740 for Harold. And that is round number 2 for Sportsman. Motorcycles, lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycles. Lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycles, lanes 1 and 2. We're ready for you. As Weston Toole and Jackson Brown go at it. And Weston goes red, 889.6 on an 890 for the win for Jackson. 1395 on a 1393 for the loss for Weston. Tucker Zom and Dom in the Honeycreek collision lane. Max Winkler in the Strode construction lane, 893 the dial. 840 the dial for Tucker. Max goes 003 red. Tucker gets the win, 837.6 on an 840, 893.8 on an 893 for the loss for Max. Bailey Busenbark, 1398 the dial in the Honeycreek collision lane. Aspen Dom, 899 the dial in the Strode construction lane. Bailey will have a poor 4.99 second head start. And Aspen gets the win, 9025 on an 899, 1399 for Bailey. Tucker Zond, 794 the dial. Cohen Willenborg, 1399 the dial. 0.05 second head start for Cohen. And Tucker is your bounty holder for juniors. Oh, 49 to 212. A double breakout win for Tucker. 793.5 on a 794. 1395 with a 4 on a 1399 for the loss. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Aiden Lawson. 790 the dial. Elena McWhorter in the Strode Construction Lane. 1197 the dial. Oh, 23 to an 085. Jazzin on the top. 795.8 on a 790 for Aiden. 1197.6 on an 1197 for the loss for Elena. Wyatt Scales in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. 795 the dial. Kale Poe in the Strode Construction Lane. 890 the dial. As Kale goes red, Wyatt will take the win. 793.9 on a 795 for the win. 892 on an 890 for the loss for Kale. Hey, I hear you, Jason. I understand. That's just the way the rules are, man. 793 with an O on a 795 for the win for Elena. Marissa goes red at 792 on a 795. Oh, Remy Brown, Honey Creek Collision Lane, 792 the dial. Kinley Dar, 1280, 18 the dial in the Strode Construction Lane. $12.28 on a 12.18 for Kinley. 0.21 on the tree. 795.9 on a 792. 0.33 on the tree for the win. Jason, glad to see you supporting Kinley. Hallie Rogers, 12.20 the dial. Braxton Berg, 8.90 the dial.
I have a quick question. Did you round up giving them two, qualifying runs instead of the one already? I have to change this, so
Brett, we see you cheering on Braxton. Oh 22, 083 on the tree. And Braxton runs the number 893 with an O on an 890 for the win. 1230 with an 8 on a 1220 for the loss for Hallie. Had the better light, but didn't run the number. Colette Azad, 792 the dial on the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Strode Construction Lane, we have Blakely Willenberg, 1470 the dial. Colette was the runner-up last night. See if how far she can make it this evening. Brax got her done that round. Oh, and Colette was 052 red to an 052 green from Blakely. 794 on a 792 for the loss, 1466 on a 1470 for the win. Ryan, we see you cheering on Braxton. Alexi Mays out of Greenwood, Indiana, 910 the dial. Cruz Lee, 796 the dial. Wake up, man. We ain't over yet. And we are clean and green. Cruz 007 off the tree. Alexi 130 off the tree. 810 on a 796 for the win for Cruz. 916 on a 910 for the loss for Lexi. And I believe that does it for our junior dragsters for round number 2. I believe motorcycles will be coming next. And here comes our motorcycles for round 2. Kyla and Bruce in the Honey Creek Lane, 680 the dial. Strode Construction Lane, we have Jim Kennedy, 795 the dial. And Kyla and Bruce takes the win. Jim Kennedy goes red, 679 2 on a 680, 8 flat on a 795 for the loss. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Dragsters versus the world. If you are still in competition in Dragster versus the world, we need you to the lanes to be put on the ladder. If you are still entered in, whether you are a dragster or a door car or a motorcycle, we need you to the lanes to be paired up and put on the ladder for your next round. Dragsters versus the world to the lanes as Bill McCarty takes on Shane Diamond. As Shane Diamond takes the win, 771.9 on a 769, 882 on an 873 for the loss for Bill McCarty. Once again, Dragsters versus the World Shootout. If you are still entered in it, you need to be in the lanes to be put on the ladder. Dragsters and door cars. Dragsters and door cars to the lanes 1 and 2. to be paired up for the ladder. Robbie Bruce takes the bye into the next round. 663 at 110 on his 660 dial in the Strode Lake. Once again, we need the Dragster versus the World competitors to lanes 1 and 2 to be put on your ladder. I hear you, Jason. Crew chief must have messed that one up for her, huh?
Let's get ready to rumble!
And got a couple test and tune cars. Luke Staley in the Honey Creek lane and Adam Graham in the Strode construction lane. Identical reaction times of 0:25, one green, one red. 6:12 with the 6 for Luke Staley. 6:049 for Adam. And Jose gets his test passes in for the night as he makes a couple more rounds. We're getting the Dragster versus the World competitors put on the ladder. We get those guys paired up and the track prepped, and we'll be on to round number 3. So, Dragsters versus the World. You should be in the lanes. And our next pair in the Dragsters versus the World, Kelly Dom in the Honey Creek collision lane, dialed 4 flat, up against Dustin Brenton in the Strode construction lane, also dialed 4 flat. This will be a heads up race. Who can run the number and who can cut the light? Who will it be? Kelly or Dustin? Oh 32 to an 014, 4 flat with a 1 on a 4 flat, 4011 on a 4 flat for the win for Dustin. Nathan Jones, 402 the dial in Honey Creek collision lane. Corey Brenton, Strode construction lane, 380 the dial. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need pro cars. Pro cars to lanes 1 and 2. Jeff Vaughn. Jeff Vaughn, you are the potential buy. You are the potential buy for this round of pro, and we need pro cars, lanes 1 and 2. Oh 16 to an 031, 4025 on a 402, 380 with an O on a 380, and it's not good enough. Honey Creek collision lane, Tiffany Busenbark, 295 the dial. Tony Virgilio, 318 the dial. A double breakout win for Tiffany Busenbark, 294.7 on a 295, 317.7 on a 317 for the loss for Virgilio. Honey Creek collision lane, Caden Bushy, 343 the dial. Ron Smith in the Strode lane, 314 the dial. One 37 to 048, 320 on a 314 for the win, 363 on a 343 for the loss for Caden. Cody Allenball in the Honey Creek collision lane, 401 the dial. Sam Smith in the Strode lane, 301 the dial. A 1 second head start for Cody. Identical reaction times. Cody gets a win 4019 on a 401, 3023 on a 301 for the loss. A 0117 for Cody and 0119 for Sam. That was a tight race. Margin of victory was .004. That was a race, guys. Final call for pro cars to the lanes. Final call for pro cars to the lanes. If you're not there, you're late. We're going to run them without you. Pro cars. If you're not in the lanes, you're late. And our first pair in round number 3 of Pro Car eliminations. Jay Eversall in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, dialed 637, sponsored by Jay's Service Center, Tire and Alignment, Grizzlies, and PJ Trucking. Strode Construction Lane, we have Chad Eaton out of Paris, Illinois, dialed 733. In his Monte Carlo, he'll have almost a 1 second head start. And we're in. We're clean and green. Oh, 153 to an 062. And Chad breaks him out. 636.2 on a 637. 735 on a 733 for the win for Bill. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. We need Super Pro. We need Super Pro to the lanes, please. Super Pro to the lanes. Sean Feast. Sean Feast, you have the potential buy if there is one. You are the potential buy. You know what to do. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro lanes 1 and 2. Sean Feast, you are the potential buy if there is one. Joey Moore and Bill McCarty going at it. 040 to 027. And Bill gets the win. 798.5 on a 797. 6049 on a 603 for the loss for Joey. Stone Cold Austin Tool, 589 the dial in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Cody Frederick in the Strode Construction Lane, 595 the dial. Stone Cold Austin goes red. Cody gets the win. 606 on a 595. 1122 on a 589 for the loss for Austin. Josh Pickett in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 614 to dial. Strode Construction Lane, we have Steve Zuner out of Imperial, Missouri, 751 to dial. And Zuner goes 007 red to Pickett's triple zip green. 610 on a 614 for the win. 751 with an O on a 751 for the loss for Steve. Adam Ultimate Warrior Phillips in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Nope. Wrong guy. Sorry about that. 620 the dial. James Gibbs in the Strode Construction Lane, 665 the dial. It's getting late. The letters are all looking the same. And James gives that one away. 010 red for James. 843 on a 665. 620 with a 1 on a 620 for the win for Adam. Joe Robertson in your Honey Creek Collision Lane, 631 to dial. Macho Man Mike Toole in the Strode Construction Lane, 589 to dial. And Mike 009 to an 038. 590 with the 7 on a 589. 632 on a 631. As Jeff Vaughn lines up in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 742. Cody Allenball, 628 the dial in the Strode Construction Lane. I believe this is our last pair in pro. A little jazz at the top end, and Jeff Vaughn ends up with the green light. 743.5 on a 742. 631 on a 628 for the loss for Cody. And that is round number 3 of Pro Cars. Justin Brenton takes the win there. 627 on a 626. 586 on a 583 for the loss for Kurt Taylor. Daisy Pickett in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 615 the dial. Tommy Smith in the Strode Construction Lane, 598 the dial. Daisy will have a .17 second head start. And we're in. 007 for Tommy. 021 for Daisy. 614 on a 615. Too fast for Daisy. 6 flat on a 598 for the win for Tommy Smith. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Amber Rogers, 668 the dial. Gage Britton in the Strode Construction Lane, 625 the dial. Amber is 005 red. Gage 015 green. 624.4 on a 625 for the win. 665 on a 666 for the loss for Amber. Kelly Dom in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 627 the dial. Midnight Rider Bill McCarty, Strode Construction Lane, 797 the dial. Can the Midnight Rider go another round? And he does. Kelly goes 005 red, 799 on 797 for the win for Bill, 630 on a 627 for the loss for Kelly. Sportsman, we need you lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman, lanes 1 and 2 for your next round of Sportsman, lanes 1 and 2. Super Pro is up right now, Brett. Tony Virgilio, 7 the dial in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Joey Moore in the Strode Construction Lane at 602 the dial. And Tony's got a little in the bank, and he uses it. 601 with a 6 on a 602. Too quick for Joey. 750 with a 4 on a 750 for the win for Tony. Honey Creek Collision Line, we have Corey Brenton, 595 the dial. Jesse Fritz in the Strode Construction Lane, 484 the dial. I'm not sure what's going on with Fritz's car up there, but there we go. Nice wheels up for Corey. 002 green. Jesse's 001 red. 598.6 on a 595. 649 on a 484 for the loss for Jesse. Nick Wallace, 607 the dial in the Honey Creek Collision Lane. Strode Construction Lane, Jason English, 673 the dial in the Dodge Dart. And we're clean and green, 035 to 055. 6074 on a 607 for the win for Nick. Jason, too quick, 672.9 on a 673 for the loss. Max Scott in your Honey Creek Collision Lane, 620 the dial. Strode Construction Lane of Brett Modulin out of Center Point, Indiana, 716 the dial in his S10. Oh, 38 to 036. Max gets a win, 622.8 on a 620. 719.3 on a 716 for the loss for Brett. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Josh Pickett, 609 the dial in the S10. Steve Brenton, Strode Construction Lane, 617 the dial in the Camaro. Couple of nice wheels up start there. 609 with a 1 on a 609 for the loss. 618 on a 617 for the win for Steve. 006 on the tree. Honey Creek Collision Lane. Keegan Meyer, 753 the dial. Wyatt Scales, Strode Construction Lane, 665 the dial. Yes, Pro already ran. And Wyatt is too fast. 663.6 on a 665. 753.9 on a 753 for the win for Keegan. Yes, Brett. Pro ran before Super Pro. Cody Allenball in the Honey Creek Collision Lane, 628 the dial. Ron Smith, 488 the dial in the Strode Construction Lane. Nice wheels up for Cody. And Ron takes the win, 489.7 on a 488. 629.5 on a 628 for the loss for Cody. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Caden Bushy, 534 the dial in his Chevy Roadster. Dave the Undertaker Monday in the Strode Construction Lane in the Dodge Dart dialed 606. lot of jazzing going on there. Caden Bushy with the win of 5:54.2 on a 5:34. Dave Monday 6:05.8 on a 6:06.2. Fast for the Undertaker. Caden Bushy goes on. Sean Feast in the Honey Creek collision lane, 6:52 the dial. Nice wheels up start there. 004, 6:54.5 on a 6:52 for Sean, using his buy run to the next round. Honey Creek. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Cruz Lee, you are the potential buy if there is one. And we need juniors to the lanes, please. Junior dragsters to the lanes. Cruz Lee, you have the potential buy if there is one. Honey Creek collision lane, we have Harold Travioli, 740 the dial. Strode construction lane, we have Joe Tillman in the Tesla, 818 the dial. And we're in. And Harold goes red as Tillman will move on. 817 with a 5 on an 818. 739.5 on a 740 for the loss for Harold. Junior Dragsters, need you to the lanes, please. Junior Dragsters to the lanes. Cruz Lee, you're the potential buy. Jeff Gummer in the Honey Creek collision lane, 775 the dial. Zach Big Hat Endicott, 1055 the dial. In the Strode construction lane, he'll have a 2.8 second head start over Jeff in the Camaro. Oh, and Zach goes 045 red to Gummery's 157 green. 1068 on a 1055 for the loss for Zach. 778 on a 775 for the win for Jeff. Honey Creek collision line, we have the Chad Cheaton Eaton, dialed 735. up against Michael cruising in the Strode construction lane, 9:49 to dial. Michael will have a 2.14 second head start. 009 for Chad, 075 for Michael. As Chad gets the win, 743 on a 735, 951 on a 949 for the loss for Michael. Steve Zuner in the Honey Creek collision lane, 751 the dial. Jeff Vaughn in the Strode construction lane, 741 the dial. $741.7 on a 741 for the win for Vaughn. 749.4 on a 751. Too fast for Steve. And Midnight Rider getting a bye to the next round in the Hunting Creek collision lane. 797 the dial. Oh, 47 on the tree. 795 on a 797 for the Midnight Rider. And that will conclude Sportsman round number 3. Juniors should be coming up next. Motorcycles, you are on standby. Have a test pass here from Chuck Corrado out of Clinton, Indiana, in the Honey Creek collision lane. Uh, Tension in the pits. Tension in the pits. Motorcycles. Motorcycles lanes 1 and 2. Motorcycles lanes 1 and 2. As Chuck ran 5:03 there on a test hit. Motorcycles lanes 1 and 2. Shane Diamond, you have the buy if there is one. You have the potential buy, Shane. And we need bikes lanes 1 and 2. And here we go with Junior Dragster. Wyatt Scales in the Honey Creek collision lane, 796 the dial. Aiden Lawson, 790 the dial in East Road construction lane. 057 to an 067. 797 with a 7 on a 796 for the win for Wyatt. 796.3 on a 790 for the loss for Aiden. Jackson Brown, 893 the dial on the Honey Creek collision lane. Aspen Dom Strode construction lane, 901 the dial. And we're cleaning green, 087 to an 054. A Lil Jazz and double breakout win for Aspen. 9 flat with a 2 on a 901. 887.1 on an 893 for the loss for Jackson. Tucker Zod, 793 the dial. Tanner Zod, 896 the dial. Double 08 for Tanner, 024 for Tucker, and Tucker gets the win, 794.1 on a 793, 895.6 on an 896, too fast for Tanner. Tucker Dom in the Honey Creek Lane, 837 the dial. Remy Brown in East Road Construction Lane, 795 the dial. Oh, 20 to an 052 off the tree. 840 with a 1 on an 837 for the win for Tucker. 792.3 on a 795, too fast for Remy. Braxton Berg in your Honey Creek collision lane, 891 the dial. Blakely Willenberg in the Strode construction lane, 1466 the dial. 5.75 second head start for Blakely. $181 green to a 100 red. Braxton gets the win, 887 on an 891, 1467 on a 1466 for the loss for Blakely. Allie Winkler in the Honey Creek collision lane, 794 the dial. Cruz Lee in East Road construction lane, 796 the dial. .015 to an .022. Double breakout win for Cruz. 794 with an O on a 796 for the win. 791.9 on a 794 for the loss for Allie. And I believe that concludes round 3 of juniors. Dragster Mania. Dragster versus the world. Dragster versus the world shootout. We need you to the lanes, please, to be put on your ladder for the next round. Dragster versus the world to the lanes. Dragster versus the world. We need you in the lanes, please. Dragster versus the world shootout. If you're still in it, we need you to the lanes, please. Dragster versus the world shootout to lanes 1 and 2. Dennis, we see you giving Cruz the go Cruz. Appreciate that. Appreciate you washing, man. Appreciate you encouraging the kids. Honey Creek Collision Lane, we have Colin Bruce out of Springville, Indiana, 679 the dial. Robbie Bruce, 660 the dial in East Road construction lane. Hayabusa versus a Kawasaki. And I believe this is our semifinals for the motorcycle class. And we're off. 074 to an 027. And Kylan takes the win 691.4 on a 679, 683 on a 663 loss. And Shane Wildman Diamond gets the bye run into the final on his supercharged Harley. 769 the dial. Oh, 31 off the tree. 789.9 on a 789 for Shane. And that is all for the motorcycles for this round. They will be in their final when they come back up. Once again, Dragsters versus the world. You should be in the lanes getting put on the ladder. Dustin Brenton gets the bye run of this round. 401 the dial. This is our Dragsters versus the World eliminations round number 4. Four flat with a 2. 008 on the tree. Dustin's got her dialed in. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro cars. Pro cars lanes 1 and 2. Pro cars lanes 1 and 2. To be paired up, you are on the ladder starting this round. Pro cars to the lanes to be paired up on the ladder. Tiffany Busenbark in the Honey Creek collision lane 294 the dial. Nathan Jones in the Strode construction lane 401 the dial. And Nathan goes 001 red. Tiffany 294.6 on a 294 for the win. Cody Allenball 401 the dial on the Honey Creek collision lane. Ron Smith in East Road construction lane 314 the dial. And we're in the beams. Nice wheels up from Cody. 401.6 on a 401 for the win for Cody. 316.6 on a 314 for the loss for Ron. And that concludes round number 4 for Dragster.